네. 네, 12시 15분에 회의 시작한다고 네, 써 있는 거 김 부장님이랑 같이 확인했습니다.
알았어. 하여튼 저기 덮밥을
네.
일단 저 덮밥하고 뭐 하나 더 하고 이렇게 좀 시켜줘.
네, 알겠습니다. 네.
그럼 이거를 지금 저로 옮긴 거예요.
아,
그럼 뭐 어찌됐든 나와야 되니까
안녕하세요.
저로 가는 게
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 마이크 테스트 하나 둘. 마이크 테스트 하나 둘. 하나 둘. 제가 아, 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 아. 제가 지금 여기서 말을 한 건데. 그 반대 아니에요? 그 통역사분이 그 말씀하시는 게 여기서 지금 나와야 되는 거 아니에요?
아, 그거는 나와요. 그거는
그거부터 한번 저희 풀면 되나요? 혹시 한국어 쪽에서 예
선택을 하셔야 돼요.
여기서요?
네. 언어 통역. 네. 하나, 둘, 셋. 안 들어가세요? 하나, 둘, 하나, 둘.
여기 한국어에 있는 거기를 사운드를 음속을 해제를 해야 될까요? 지금 거기가 해제가 안 되실 텐데
이거 음소거. 이거는
풀어 놔야 된다는 거.
절대로 계속 풀어놔야 돼요.
저쪽도요?
네, 다 풀어놔요.
영대 씨 그쪽 VR 컴퓨터 있죠? VR이죠? 그거 음소거 무조건 해제를 해주셔야 되는데요. 음소거 해제 좀 해주세요. 네, 됐어요. 네, 지금 소리는 나와요. 네, 토크분이 말씀하시는 게 저한테 만약에 여기서 잠깐만요. 네.
하나.
코리아 오피스만 먹어주시면
한국어는 이제 안 나가죠, 이제 거기서는.
이렇게 되는 거예요.
네.
그럼 그분들이 그럼 어떻게
그분들이 이제 한국 사람은 한국 채널로 들어가.
Well, what's happening here? So and the problem is that when you are giving presentation, you don't know whether whether you are disconnected, because since everybody is muted, so you don't hear or see anybody. And
yeah, that's true.
anyway, here at QUT, if the internet doesn't work, means that there's a major issue.
Anyway,
Hello, how are you?
I will disconnect my video because the food is coming, my lunchtime.
Okay.
If I don't now, it will become cold.
Okay.
Yeah, first I check.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Lydia.
How are you? Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you.
So
How are you?
Well, here it's fine. In Queensland, in Brisbane, it's fine. We basically operate as normal. There have been basically no cases for a long time, and so we only listen to what's happening everywhere else, and we can't go anywhere. But life is kind of back to normal here.
We are waiting in the Korean speakers.
Okay. So we start, I've got the program here. We start, what time do we start? We start in 20 minutes, yeah?
내 거 안 돼? 아, 됐어. 이렇게 잘.
감사합니다. 밖에
이게 소금 아니잖아. 다른 사람 아니야?
지금 여기 사운드가 충돌 나가지고 밖에 나가시게 그리고
근데 이거 지금 다른 사람이 나한테 전화 올 때는 어떻게 해? 지금 그 1번 발표자가 지금 연락 올 건데.
전화요?
고려대 교수.
춤 들어오시는 거 아니에요?
지금 그 연락을 저기 줌으로 들어오게끔 여기는 내가 이거 키고 있으면 못 봤잖아. 그러니까 줌으로 들어오게끔.
그분 말씀하시는 거 아니에요?
안녕하십니까. 한국환경산업기술원장 유재철입니다. 지난 9월 7일은 유엔이 정한 푸른 하늘을 위한 국제 맑은 공기의 날이었습니다. 이를 기념하기 위한 공기의 날 국제 심포지움 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 오늘 심포지움이 코로나19로 인한 사회적 거리두기에 부응해 비대면으로 진행됨에 따라 영상으로 코로나19로 인한 사회적 거리두기에 부응해 비대면으로 진행됨에 따라 영상으로나마 세계맑은공기연맹 김윤신 대표님을 비롯한
2020년 제11회 세계맑은공기포럼 을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Hi, Yungshin. Professor Kim,
Yeah.
good to see you here. In the beginning, I didn't
Hi,
recognize you.
Igor.
Hi. Are you well?
그러니까 세계맑은공기연맹 대표를 맡고 있는 김윤신 교수입니다. 오늘 제11회 월드 클린에어 포럼의 웨비나를 통해 국내외에서 비대면으로 참석해 주신 여러분께 감사를 표합니다. 금년 초부터 전 세계가 코비드-19로 인하여 모든 일상생활이 불편해지고 아직도 많은 나라에서 많은 환자와 사망자가 발생되고 있는 시점에서 특히 이런 흑술대에도 매우 위축되는 현실입니다. 아시다시피 저희 세계맑은공기연맹 글로벌 얼라이언스 포 클린 에어는 한국공기청정협회와 공동으로 지난 10년간 공기의 날 기념식을 가지며 일반 시민들에게 공기의 중요성을 부각시키고 세계 공기의 날의 필요성을 꾸준히 주장하였습니다. 이에 한국 정부에서는 작년 9월 유엔에 세계 푸른 하늘의 날 지정을 제안한 결과 작년 12월 말 유엔은 9월 7일을 International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies로 지정하였습니다. 이번 월드 클린 에어 포럼은 유엔 기념일 지정을 축하하는 뜻깊은 자리가 될 것으로 예상되어 한국 국회의원 회관에서 개최할 예정이었으나 코비드-19의 2단계 조치로 부득이 비대면으로 작은 세미나실에서 개최됨을 이해해 주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 포럼의 주제는 The Roles of Air Quality Management in the COVID-19 Pandemic로서 현 상황에 맞는 시의적절한 주제라 할 수 있습니다. 특히 오늘 첫 번째 키노트 스피치로서 한국의 코비드 현황을 초기부터 파악해서 국내 미디어에 널리 알려진 최재욱 교수님과 코비드-19의 공기 전파 가능성을 WHO에 처음으로 제시한 호주의 모라스카 교수가 발표해 주시는 것에 감사드립니다. 또한 세션 1에서는 대기 및 실내 공기 분야에서 한국, 일본, 홍콩의 최고의 전문가 교수님들이 참여해 주신 데 대해서 감사드립니다. 세션 2에서 세계맑은공기연맹의 국가별 지부장으로서 일본, 중국, 몽골, 인도에서 각국의 공기질 관리에 대한 의견을 나누게 되면 매우 뜻깊은 자리라 하겠습니다. 오늘 포럼을 통해서 국내 전문가들이 서로 정보를 교환하는 자리가 될 뿐 아니라 각국의 코비드-19 팬데믹 상황에서 공기질 관리에 기여하는 토론의 장이 되길 기대합니다. 오늘 참여해 주신 모든 분에게 진심으로 감사를 드리며 하루빨리 코비드-19에서 벗어나 모두들 건강하게 지내시길 기원하며 언젠가 다시 대면으로 만날 수 있기를 고대합니다. 마지막으로 오늘 바쁘신 중에 축사를 전해주신 한국환경산업기술원 유재철 원장님과 본 포럼을 준비해 주신 관계자 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다. 잠깐 그리고 저희가 첫 세션에 한국고려대학의 최재욱 교수님이 발표하기로 돼 있었는데 원래 어제 우즈베키스탄에서 돌아오셔가지고 오늘 자가 격리된 상태에서 발표해 주시는 것으로 돼 있는데 비행기 사정상 조금 전에 비행기가 도착돼서 한국 정부에서의 소셜 디스턴스와 이제 격리 상태로 격리실로 가신 상태에서 저와 조금 전에 통화를 했습니다. 그래서 그분이 오늘 발표를 호주의 모라스카 교수가 먼저 키노트 스피치를 해주시기를 부탁드립니다.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 한국환경산업기술원 유재철 원장님의 축사가 있겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 한국환경산업기술원장 제11회입니다. 지난 9월 7일은 유엔이 정한 푸른 하늘을 위한 국제 맑은 공기의 날이었습니다. 이를 기념하기 위한 공기의 날 국제 심포지움 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 오늘 심포지움이 코로나19로 인한 사회적 거리두기에 부응해 비대면으로 진행됨에 따라 영상으로나마 세계맑은공기연맹 김윤신 대표님을 비롯한 관계자 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘 국제 심포지움이 코로나19 감염에 대한 공기질 관리의 역할을 주제로 잡은 것은 매우 시의적절하다고 생각합니다. 특히 심포지움에 한국, 호주, 일본, 중국과 인도, 몽골 등 아시아 주요 국가의 대기 및 실내 공기 분야 최고 전문가들이 참여하여 다양한 발표를 해주시는 것은 큰 의미가 있습니다. 국내 코로나 감염 현황과 관리 방안에 대한 고려대학교 최재욱 교수님의 기조 강연, 코로나19의 공기 전파 가능성을 세계보건기구에 제기한 호주 퀸즐랜드 기술대학교 모라스카 교수의 발표, 그리고 국내외 전문가들의 토론은 새로운 정보를 교환하는 뜻깊은 자리가 될 것입니다. 앞으로도 공기의 소중함을 되새기는 이러한 행사가 매년 지속되어 전 세계인이 맑은 공기를 영위하고 건강한 삶을 즐길 수 있기를 바랍니다. 다시 한번 제11회 공기의 날 국제 심포지움의 개최를 축하드리며 행사에 참여하시는 국내외 전문가 여러분과 행사 준비에 수고해 주신 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다.
자, 그럼 바로 키노트 스피커의 자장이신 김윤신 교수님께 자장을 넘기면서 다음 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다.
특히 외국에서 참여해 주신 연사분들이 통역의 소리가 잘 들리는지 좀 확인을 부탁드립니다. 그래서 잘 들리면은 순서대로 손을 들어주시면 감사하겠습니다. 우선 호주의 리디아 교수님, are you listening to in the interpretation in the sound? How's the sound of an interpretation? Translator's voice, volume. 내가 여기 아무것도 없으면서 이쪽 부분이 낫지 않을까? 어느 게 나아요?
마찬가지로 이쪽 앉아서 하셔도 될것 같은데.
그럼 아니 볼륨을 지금 켜도 되냐고?
네? 아니
아니 내가 전에 음소거를 제가 해줄 때
이거를 끼시고 채팅으로 나오시면 돼요.
그리고 이거 좀 전체로 저걸 없애달라니까.
이거를 확대돼요? 저 화면만? 그거만. 호주 사운드 켜줘. 모라스카 교수님이시죠? 네, 모라스카. 네. 발표 자보기. 아니, 저쪽. 요거만 해. 클릭해봐요, 그냥. 안 되나? 잠깐만.
끄면은 계속 돌거든요. 여기는
시작하겠습니다.
이렇게 앉으시면 돼요. 좀 다시.
안녕하세요. 포럼의 첫 번째 세션의 좌장을 맡은 건국대 석자교수 김예시입니다. 특히 오늘 키노트 스피커의 소개를 맡게 되어 매우 영광으로 생각합니다. 조금 전에 말씀드린 것처럼 첫 번째 스피커인 고려대학의 최재욱 교수님이 지금 해외에서 오늘 아침 비행기로 조금 전에 도착하셔가지고 한국 정부의 그 방침에 따라 격리 상태로 돼 있어서 부득이 오늘 발표를 비대면으로도 참여하기가 어려운 상태가 됐다는 것을 조금 전에 통보를 받았습니다. 그래서 그 호주의 리디아 오라스카 교수를 먼저 첫 번째 스피커로 초청하고자 합니다. 리디아 오라스카 교수는 현재 퀸즐랜드 유니버시티 오브 테크놀로지의 교수로서 지난 여름에 코비드-19의 바이러스 에어본 트랜스미션의 가능성을 WHO에 처음 제시한 학자들의 리더로서 현재 WHO 지정 International Laboratory for Air Quality and Health의 소장님, 호주와 중국의 오스트레일리아 차이나 센터 for Air Quality Science Management의 공동 소장을 맡고 계시며 인도의 헬스 분야의 세계적인 학자이십니다. 다 같이 리디아 오라스카 교수님을 박수로 환영하겠습니다. Are you ready, Lydia? Lydia? 뭐 너무 물려가지고 나는 여기서 얘기를 못 하겠는데. Lydia?
들리는지 먼저 확인해 보시죠.
Lydia, are you listening to my voice? 전혀 안 되는 것 같아요. 에서 여러분들과 같이 하다 보니까 접촉이 잘 안 돼서 좀 테크니컬 좀 문제가 있으니까 양해해 주시고 금방 원상 복귀하도록 하겠습니다.
Hello everyone, could you please choose interpretation at the bottom of the screen? So you can see interpretation at the bottom of the screen. So if you click on it, you can choose English. So if everybody could choose English on interpretation, then you'll be able to hear the interpretation services that are being provided simultaneously. And please check the chat window as well, because we periodically send messages through the chat window. So can everybody hear me? So after you choose interpretation in English, then you'll be able to hear the interpretation services. Thank you.
호주 들어왔습니다.
Yeah. Lydia?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
Can you
do.
hear me?
Your first speaker. Send your presentation now.
Yes, I can. I'll share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen all right? Can you see my screen? Okay. Many thanks for inviting me to give this presentation on the importance of mitigating airborne transmission to SARS-CoV-2. I structured the presentation along several points: history, COVID-19 controversies, virus-laden particles in the air and their fate, infection risk assessment, evidence from the outbreaks, and finally beyond COVID-19. I'll start with the history. History always teaches us, is a very good teacher of what was done wrong and what should be done better in the future. We'll go back to year 2003, and I'm sure everyone knows what year it was, what happened. It was SARS. This was the event when I was first introduced to SARS in scientific manner, when I was invited by the WHO to join a team in Hong Kong to resolve the mystery of what was happening in the Amoy Gardens. I know that many colleagues here have investigated this. At the end, I didn't join the team because the team didn't go there, the outbreak was over. However, I then started looking into this topic of infection transmission from my angle as a physicist of virus-laden particles in the air. And I searched the literature then, and this was the question which I asked in 2003. What do we know about infection spread? Firstly, I found this paper by de Gouw from 1945, who said that the mechanism of airborne infection are not yet fully understood, nor the extent known to which infection normally takes place by each of the different routes. Well, this was 1945, so I thought by now we should know much more. Yet, the paper by Mandel stated something very similar. Still, the relevant importance of possible transmission mechanism for many common respiratory illnesses, as well as the period of infectivity, remains unresolved. 60 years differed these papers, and the question so basic to our well-being wasn't resolved. I decided then that we will focus, the unit of which I'm the director, will focus among other activities on this topic as well. 2 years later, I was invited to give a presentation at Indoor Air 2005 conference, and this was the title of my plenary presentation. Droplet fate in indoor environment, can we prevent the spread of infection? This was also later a paper published in the Journal of Indoor Air. What I'll do, I'll present you 3 slides which were part of this presentation. Firstly, I commented then about how common are respiratory infections. I wasn't related to SARS. By that stage, SARS was over, but respiratory infections. Some examples from UK estimates which I gave: colds per year, infants and preschool children 4 to 8, adults 2 to 5, and other infections, like for example, that for every case reported, the number of unreported in the community certified rotavirus, over 1,500 cases of Norwalk-like virus. Well, we could update these figures, but they are not very different now. Secondly, I commented on the economics of infection spread. And this was the data from the US, that communicable respiratory infections in indoor work environment annually healthcare cost $10 billion, cost from absence due to illness $19 billion, other performance losses $3 billion. And then on influenza and common costs, 52 million cases, possible reduction 10 to 14%, possible economic benefits 3 to 4 billion. Now, if I didn't tell you that these were the slides which I presented 15 years ago, and that nothing really has changed, nothing at all in these 15 years, in such an important area of our health, well-being, and economy, well, you wouldn't really notice, because that's the case, nothing has changed. The final conclusion from this presentation was a role of building design in infection prevention. I stated that setting the key building parameters according to the current understanding of the optimal ranges would also result in lowering of the potential for infection spread. Whether this is the limit of what can practically achieved in minimization of infection spread, it's not known. However, the need for application of the science of infection spread towards developing quantitative knowledge guiding building design and operation. Well, this is exactly what we are saying now. Nothing has changed. In the years after SARS-1, as soon as the SARS-1 was memory, it was very difficult to get anything in this area published or acknowledged. I often cite the statement from the US CDC, and I check whether it is still there. It is still there, stating that airborne transmission over long distances, such as from one patient room to another, has not been documented and is thought not to occur. Well, if it doesn't happen, why to worry about this? Or a quote from a anonymous Australian Research Council grant application reviewer, stating bluntly that airborne infection transmission is not possible. Therefore, no need to do anything. So this was 15 years ago and years after this. Now fast forward to 2020, to COVID-19, which welcomed us with this situation of little progress on infection transmission. I'll say first a few words about the controversies. The first one is about the definitions, which I would like to clear up front. The definition result is it aerosol or droplet. in aerosol science, the definition is that aerosol is an assembly of liquid or solid particles suspended in a gaseous medium long enough to enable observation of measurement, but a droplet is a liquid particle. This doesn't have anything to do with size. It's a bit difficult in medical sciences, where aerosol is defined as small particles and droplet larger particles. Well, it is different, and at the beginning of the pandemic, there's been lots of discussions about this. But in general, we take an approach that let's don't worry about these differences in terminology between different scientific disciplines, as long as we understand what we are talking about. Now, the second controversy is the main one: is it airborne? Since the beginning of the pandemic, the WHO was stating that it is not airborne. This is a tweet sent by the Director General at the end of March. Fact check: COVID-19 is not airborne. And what was at the website of the WHO, clear statements that the disease spreads primarily from person to person through small droplets from the nose to mouth, and also that they are heavy, don't travel far, and quickly sink to the ground. All what was needed, it was 1 meter of staying away. Well, interestingly enough, it's a scientific meeting. However, I'm quoting here politician, President Trump, in an interview with Bob Woodward in February 2020. However, the interview was published recently in a book, stated it goes through air, Bob, that's always tougher than the touch. Now, President Trump must have been informed by his advisors, scientific advisors, about this. So whether it's a controversy or whether it is adhering to the old dogmas by the WHO or other medical organizations, this is really not questioned, that's what it is. Nevertheless, the politics of not telling people about this comes to play as well. And then the next controversy following from the previous one is how to mitigate it. Well, we all know about social distancing, washing hands, disinfecting surfaces, and we have signs everywhere like this, unless you are in Australia, so that social distancing is measured in the distance of a kangaroo. Stay one kangaroo apart, 1.5 meters. Now later, wearing masks were added, and there was also a big discussion and controversy about this. But has ventilation been measured, ventilated? Well, all sorts of arguments, if anything, against this. It costs. The logistics about this, or it's impossible to retrofit old building, who is responsible? So basically, this is something which has not been happening, which is the basic mitigation measure against the pandemic has not been applied. So now a few words about the evidence, what we know. And this is the source. Well, there's been established beyond any doubt that the source are people and particle atomization in respiratory activities in different parts of the respiratory tract. It is quite complex because there are many places where particles can be generated during different activities, starting here in the lower parts of the respiratory tract, when the contractions and then opening results in burst and subsequent formation of the particles. Then fluid in the larynx is aerosolized during voicing, vibration when we speak, and finally saliva in the mouth during interaction of tongue, and teeth when during speech articulation. So it is complex, nevertheless, science of this is reasonably well established. And I'll present just 2 slides of showing in more quantitative terms what we know about this. This is particle size distribution resulting from human speech and breathing. First of all, we see that the particles span a size of several orders of magnitude, and the distribution is complex. However, we also see that the majority of the particles are small in the size range, well, roughly below 10 micrometers. Noting that this is logarithmic scale here, which means that particles here are in very small quantity. Now we can see several peaks here. And as I mentioned a moment ago, they result from different respiratory activities. So this bronchial fluid burst, that's when breathing. Interestingly enough, this is considered as the source of H5N1 because that's where in the respiratory tract this virus tends to be located. Then laryngeal vibration mode, the second mode, and the third oral speech articulation. And then again, interestingly, this is where H1N1 virus seems to be located. So this is, the importance of this is that the small particles in the majority, but it's also important where specifically the virus is located in the respiratory tract. Now, the second slide I wanted to show on this size distribution is for a study recently announced by Joshua Santarpia and colleagues, based on measurements in a hospital ward in Florida, I believe it was. What we have here is also size distribution, like in the case which I showed just a moment ago. However, we've got a few features here. First of all respiratory activities, since this was in the air, which means background air, as well as what the patients and staff generated. Now, noting the scale here, this is mass distribution. Therefore, this peak appears to be bigger, but mass of a small number of large particles is simply bigger. But the most important aspect of this is this. The authors also measured size distribution of the virus. Is in 3 size mode, in the mode below 1 micrometer, 1 to 4, and above 4 micrometer. And they found that the highest viral load was in these very small particles, which means these are the particles which are in the majority, and they come from all respiratory activities, breathing and speaking. So in very general summary, what we know about particles generated from respiratory activities. We know that that the majority of the particles are below 1 micrometer and the vast majority are below 10 micrometer. So this is the size we need to consider. Also, such small particles are light, can stay suspended in the air for a long time, and all respiratory activities, including breathing, generate these particles by vocalization, higher emissions than other activities. Now, where is the virus in these particles? Smaller particles contain higher loads of SARS-CoV-2. This is not necessarily the case for other viruses, but it's for this virus. Smaller particles come from deeper parts of the respiratory tract, which is the location of the virus. To the contrary, larger particles contain less virus as they originate from the mouth. And therefore, breathing and speaking, which is what we do all the time, it's not just speaking, not just coughing or sneezing. Breathing and speaking are the main sources of small virus-laden particles. So one could ask, is it not a controversy anymore? We were pleased where the very well-respected authority, Dr. Anthony Fauci, recently commented that there was some real misunderstanding about respiratory droplets and so-called aerosolized particles. The aerosol and particle physicists, by the way, part of our large team that have approached us now have told us that we really have got it wrong over many years. And the bottom line is there is much more aerosol than we thought. This is very good, but if we check what has been recently placed on the US CDC, the 5th of October, the statement is that COVID is mostly commonly spread during close contact and sometimes can be spread by airborne transmission. So clearly CDC is not going along with what Dr. Fauci stated. All right, so this is the science of this what's known. So since this is so we understand now what's generated, what's the fate of these particles and what's the infection risk, evidence of this. The first is particle fate in the air. There's often discussed that particles fall as soon as they are respired, they fall. Well, the biggest do, but in a bit of with a bit of an exaggeration. The smaller one do to what this one did on the screen. This is a summary from a paper published by legendary author scientist Wells in 1934, who compared particle diameter and its falling time. Now, these very big particles fall very quickly. But when we look at the particles of our interest, which is the majority of the particles which are generated, as I just discussed a moment ago, below 10 micrometers or below 1, well, the falling time is very, very long. They basically don't fall as such because gravity is not the main force affecting them. They stay in the air. The other issue is the fate of the virus in these particles, because the virus can be deactivated by the environmental conditions. And I'm not going to go into this because that's really a separate topic. So since the virus-laden particles stay in the air, and this was schematically presented at our paper by the large group trying to convince the world about this. So they are small enough, they stay in the air suspended for a long time unless they are removed from the air by ventilation. And in bracket, I added by other processes. There are other processes, deposition, for example, but by far the most important in any real environment is ventilation. We've done simulations like this a long time ago. So this is something which is not really new. Again, we've known about the risk of infection due to the presence
이건 들으면 좋겠다 지금.
such
지금 들으면
particles.
좋겠다.
And in
지금 내용이 아주
particular,
좋은데.
we've done this calculation some time ago about ventilation and infection risk that was done based on some parameters of the Prince Charles Hospital in Brisbane in the lung function laboratory. Infection risk for 15 and 45 minutes occupancy for influenza, tuberculosis, rhinovirus. Now, what you can see here is outdoor air exchange rate. With the increase of this, there's a dramatic decrease in infection risk, logarithmic scale, of course, for all three pathogens. But the higher the quanta generation is, the higher the risk still remains. So we knew things like this. Now, something which is, I guess, relevant to everybody and certainly had an impact on me, we've also done simulations like this for the risk of airborne influenza during a trip in a passenger car. So we've got here the three scenarios: low, medium, and high ventilation, journey trip from up to 90 minutes, and infection risk. So for example, if ventilation is low and the duration of the trip is 40 minutes, the infection risk is almost 100%, but it reduces to below 20% if ventilation is high. Well, since we've done this simulation, I'm very careful about ventilation when traveling with potentially sick passengers. During this pandemic, we've done similar simulations, and for starting with this case about presented here pharmacy scenarios before lockdown in Italy for natural and mechanical ventilation. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details what is on this busy diagram. The point of this is to show that we can quantify things like this. So in this particular case, the point was that an infected individual entered at this point 10 minutes, and the question was, what is the risk for a customer entering at minute 26 and remaining for 10 minutes? So that's something which can be quantified. This is based on two papers we've published on this topic, and also we've developed what we've called airborne infection risk tool. such tools are now multiplying because it is so important to quantify this, and it certainly can be, the risk can be quantified. So since we know that there is a risk and we know what needs to be done, we can put this in action. So what to do to limit the risk of airborne transmission? Appropriate building engineering controls, in the first instance, sufficient and effective ventilation, that's what I've just mentioned, avoid air circulation, particle filtration, and air disinfection, and avoiding overcrowding. I'm not going to talk more about this because I believe that Professor Shinichi Tanabe will talk in details about this. What I wanted to mention is the issue of outbreaks and airborne transmission. Now, there's always that question, what is the contribution from airborne transmission compared to other modes of transmission? And we are saying, well, all three modes of transmission occur, but based on the studies of the outbreaks, airborne emerges as the most significant in typical public buildings. If we looked at only one outbreak, one could say, well, this is speculation because there are too many assumptions. There are always assumptions which we study outbreaks, because outbreaks can only be studied retrospectively. We cannot predict outbreaks. Therefore, there are no researchers to take measurements. We can only then do the calculations based on the bits and pieces of data we can put together. But what's appearing now on the studies of the outbreaks which have been studied is that airborne transmission is the most significant mode. This is one of these studies we published on this very well investigated Skagit Valley Choir in the United States, where we've showed that applying the risk assessment tool, which I've mentioned a moment ago, which predicted the based on the quanta concentration, the probability of infection, this matched very well what happened there. There were also other ways this event, what that outbreak was modeled, also coming to the same conclusion. So as I said, airborne infection risk tool. So we can use these tools like this to study the retrospectively the outbreaks coming to this conclusion, but also apply this prospectively. But the second outbreak I'd like to mention is this one. And this is the investigation by Azimi and colleagues of what happened on Diamond Princess cruise ship. I'm sure everybody heard about this, this outbreak. What the authors show when they compared short range, that's how they call it, it's droplet and aerosol with smaller and larger particles, long range, which they call aerosols and fomites, and also viral sols, droplet and aerosols. What we can see that in any case, fomites face a smaller contribution, long distance aerosols are bigger contribution, and also they are a bigger viral source. This modeling, again, as I said, was done using a very different type of modeling. There have been many other outbreaks studied coming basically to the same conclusion. So finally, mitigating COVID-19 and beyond this pandemic. In order to mitigate any risk, the risk first has to be acknowledged and recognized. So in this case, the importance of accepting airborne transmission is the key element. And therefore, we were pleased that after our paper was published, it is time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19. The WHO acknowledged the following day about the evidence, that evidence is emerging. However, this acknowledgement is a very good first step, but this is still not fully acknowledged because, for example, in August, this paper presented by the, on behalf of the WHO of Infection Prevention and Control Research Group is that currently available evidence supports that the predominant route of human-to-human transmission of SARS-CoV-2 is through respiratory droplets and or contact rules. So there's still some way to go. So what is the importance of mitigating airborne transmission of SARS-CoV-2? So why? Because this emerges as the most significant mode of transmission in most settings. Infected people exhale particles that stay in the air, susceptible people inhale them and can get infected. Public indoors are environments for transmission. And also, as I've demonstrated, the simple truth has been suppressed by all dogmas of staying at arm's length, mixed into politics, entangled with economic and other vested interests. So it is still a way to go, but it is very important. And finally, beyond COVID-19, I started with the history. We hope that after COVID, after this pandemic, we will not be coming back to the same conclusion 15, 20 years that nothing has changed. A paradigm shift in treating the transmission of respiratory infection really has to be made. To minimize the risk of infection transmission, what do we need to do? Paradigm change in how public buildings indoors are designed, how they are equipped in adequate engineering controls, how the above are linked with all the other requirements, including comfort, which has been done already, but of course it has to be part of this equation, control of indoor air pollution from outside and inside sources, and of course not forgetting about lowering of energy consumption. This is of crucial importance from the point of view of climate change. Now, so the paradigm change has to be deeper. How we think about infection transmission, that we don't accept that each of us is infected several times a year. So far we accept this as a matter of fact, this was happens. No, it doesn't have to be like this. How we teach about it and train medical and other students, and also the perception that we cannot afford this. The economic costs of infections by far exceed all the other costs. This was the end of my presentation in 2005, and it is still very much the case. So we hope that COVID-19 will influence the paradigm change, and we will not be saying the same thing 15 years from now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lydia. 오늘 리디아 교수님이 아주 특히 이제 우리나라에서도 그 코비드 19 때문에 지금 제2의 웨이브가 오냐 안 오냐 뭐 1단계 조치에서 2단계 다시 내려갔다 왔다 갔다 하고 있는 상황인데 오늘 이제 특히 모든 전문가들에게 관심이 있는 에어본 트랜스미션이 실질적으로 어느 정도 어떻게 되고 있는지 이런 것에 대한 그 얘기를 많이 해주신 것 같습니다. 그래서 우선 시간이 조금 여유가 있기 때문에 여러분 가운데서 혹시 이제 지금 웨비나에 참석하신 분들 가운데 한두 분의 질문을 한번 받아볼 수 있는데요. 질문하신 분은 자기 소속과 성함을 말씀해 주시고 질문해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Probably I can ask one. Is that all right if I ask one? Yeah, so thanks, Lydia, for a very nice talk. The question is, you mentioned that, that there is a wide range of distribution of sizes in the droplets, and you are confident that the small droplets, those less than 10 or 5, contain most viruses. I just like to hear that if you are aware, or my internet is not stable, I hope it's okay. Are you aware of any solid evidence for this? I just wonder, it would be very useful.
Well, it depends what you mean by solid evidence. The studies of the nature we conducted in 2009 on directly measuring size distribution of particles from human respiration and its composition, it's not something which can be done easily and quickly, and particularly under confinement and lockdowns conditions. So therefore, we rely on any evidence which has been published over the past few months, either from hospitals like the Joshua Santarpia group, or like the ones which we published with Mao Seng based on the studies in Wuhan and in Beijing. So all of these bits of evidence point out to the fact that, for example, we find the virus in exhaled breath. Exhaled breath contains small particles, like Santarpia showed in the small particles. The majority of the particles are small particles. So it all points out to this fact. Now, as I said, it is not that all the respiratory viruses are in small droplets, because they are not all settled in deeper parts of the respiratory tract, but this one seems to be. So based on what we know now, we can say that we have very good evidence. I'm sure that in the future there will be more studies done if there's still COVID around.
Any other comments and questions?
A very shy group.
혹시 다른 질문이나 코멘트 없습니까?
I have.
Yes.
I'm O Kim at Seoul National University in the School of Public Health. So in South Korea now, we had some discussion about the usage of air conditioner during summer. I think summer is coming in Australia now, so the usage will be increased, I think. So what do you think about the possibility of spreading virus when you turn on the air conditioner?
Well, I'm sure we will have to say something about based on his study in Guangzhou, but basically it is not that the air conditioner spreads the virus. It is if the air conditioner operates in a room where there's no ventilation. So if there's no ventilation, this is the problem, not the air conditioner as such. Air conditioner can generate unidirectional flow, as it happened in the restaurant in Guangzhou. But a unidirectional flow can be generated in other situations. For example, there have been studies published on outbreaks on the airplanes. Now, there's no air conditioner on the plane, but on the plane there's always unidirectional flow, usually from the front to the back. So if this is the case, this flow results in bringing the virus from an infected person to other people. So that's what I wouldn't like to say that air conditioners are to blame. It is the whole setting. If there's not enough ventilation, and in addition, if there's unidirectional flow in these settings.
키노트 스피커의 발표를 끝내겠습니다. 다시 한번 아주 중요한 발표를 해주신 데 대해서 우리 리디아 모라스카 교수에게 아주 큰 박수를 보내주시면 감사하겠습니다. 자, 다음은 세션 1으로 그 코로나 팬데믹 시대에 실내 공기질 관리 방안으로 넘어가면서 우리 좌장 노철원 교수한테 발표를 넘기겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 그 세션 1일 첫 번째 세션에 좌장을 맡은 그 인하대학교의 노철원 교수라고 합니다. 오늘 세션 1에서는 세 분의 연사분들이 이제 발표를 해주실 텐데, 제일 먼저 서울대 보건대학원의 김호 교수님께서 한국 내 코로나 발생과 대기질 변화라는 제목으로 말씀을 해주시겠습니다. 자, 모두 힘찬 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
예, 예.
아니 뭐 아무걸로나 네, 영어로 쓰면 영어 같아요.
지금 이게 이렇게 해야 되죠?
보입니다.
Hello, everyone. Okay. I'm Paul Kim at the School of Public Health, Seoul National University. Actually, I was requested to summarize the change of air quality. Air quality during the COVID-19 pandemic in Korea, but the information is not enough only in Korea, so I rather try to report the air quality changes in the world, and I added some report from Korea. So that's what I aim to report today. And because I have a public health background, the air pollution measurements and modeling is not my specialty actually. So my focus will be on the health side. So this is one of the paper reporting graphical changes of air pollution before and after the COVID-19 in Wuhan, China. So you can clearly see the top graphs, the NO2 emission measured by the satellite before the COVID, and the bottom graphs showing the NO2 emission after the COVID incidents, COVID cases. So you can clearly see the dramatic reduction NO2 emission, mainly because of the lockdowns and the limitations of activities in Wuhan, I guess, which could be easily understood, I guess. And for the whole, this is the whole China, as you can see that before and after, you can clearly see the change of NO2 emission, dramatic change, I would say. And similar pattern in Europe, Spain and France, all because of the lockdowns and the activity limitations, those kinds of differences could observed through satellite images. And similarly, Italy and Eastern US, we can see the changes also. And this table summarizes the reduction of NO2. They reported in between 20 to 30%, pretty much similar all over the places in China, Europe, and US, I guess. And second table is quite interesting. They also measure the changes of activities. They call mobility index. So by transport and some activities, but every activity has reduced a lot, like 10%, 20%, up to 95%, as you can see. But residential mobility has increased 10 to 20%, as you can see. So those are the reasons we may consider that the cause of reduction of NO2 in this case. But the problem is that emission is not equal to concentration of the pollutant we are breathing. So we need to think about very complicated processes like chemical transformations and reaction to sunlight and human activities and weather. Those are very complicated, but concentration change is harder to measure compared to emission. So this particular paper reported lockdowns and improvement of outdoor air pollution. And this graph shows the changes of PM 2.5, PM, and ozone and NO2. So the graph, I can use it's coming slow. In the graph, you see the red shade and the blue shade, which represent for example, top left, the NO2 distribution over the world, comparing year 2020 and the 3 years average before year 2020. So you can see that the bar, red bar and the blue bar, you can see the difference, so that we can conclude that NO2 concentration has increased on average all over the world. But the bottom left is about ozone. So you can see that ozone has decreased during the COVID-19 period. And then again the PM is also increased. But the rate, the amount of reduction is bigger in NO2, followed by PM, but ozone was increased. That is the global trend they reported over here. And there is some argument that weather could be we call confounding factor. Weather makes their analysis a little bit harder. But even though through the modeling we consider the weather, we try the red line shows the observed value, and the black line with the shade is a model value with confidence interval after considering weather pattern. But still we can see the patterns, NO2, ozone, and PM are very similar compared to the similar with the conclusion, previous conclusions. But the problem is that this kind of pattern is not the same by the location. So for example, in the NO2, you see in the most cases, NO2 was reduced, but you can see one city, the NO2 concentration was increased, and you can find a similar patterns. The effects are not always the same. In some cities, the patterns are opposite, actually. So the message over here is that even though we can say the global trend, but each location, the patterns, some locations, the patterns are quite different, sometimes opposite. That's the message over here. Yes. And this is also, they observed the reduction by some species like NO2, CO, SO2, etc. So similarly, they observed a big increase of ozone, but all the other pollutants were reduced after the COVID era. And here is the distribution of changes in the United States. Here you see the more heterogeneity about PM10, for example. PM10 seems to be the pink part is positive, meaning increased pattern, and the bottom green part means the decrease in concentration of each pollutant. So you can see that most of, for example, in PM2.5, you see that half of the cities, the PM2.5 was increased, whereas half of them decreased. So in this case, it's very hard to say the pattern of PM2.5. The important thing is that they are the increase or decreasing patterns are very different from place to place. But NO2 and CO seem to decrease, and ozone is also a very confusing status, I think. Italy, they reported a similar pattern over there. As you can see, as you know that the northern part of Italy experienced severe damage due to COVID-19. That area is heavily industrialized area. So some researchers may indicate that air pollution could have some association with the patients of COVID-19 because of that kind of geographical correlation. And this graph shows the correlation between air pollutant and the number of patients in this case. So as you can, this is a very tough, rough analysis, simple analysis. But as you can see, the correlation is positive, meaning that the air pollutant concentrations positively associated with number of patients in this case. And this is very similar in China. They mainly report that reduction difference. The third right graph shows the difference before and after the COVID. And as you can see, the blue part is meaning that they observe reduction. So in most cases, they observe reduction. But the problem is that, as you can see in the center map, the northern part, they observe increase of most of the pollutants, including PM2.5. And the southern part, the air pollution and the quality became better. But in the northern part, it is not true. So again, here, you see the clear distinction of the pattern in the northern part and the southern part in China, mainly China.
And similar analysis has done in Korea, but the pattern is not very clear, I guess. But the one interesting thing this year is that most of the general public think that our air quality became much better compared to the previous years, and the number of very high PM 2.5 days is almost zero in this year, which means that the general public's perception is that the air quality is much better compared to the previous. That is the general public's response, I think, and which could be observed during this kind of graph. Each pollutant shows the kind of decreasing pattern on the right. This is time series plot, and you see the reduction on the right hand side. So this is also showing the reduction of PM 2.5 after the COVID, and because of the social distancing and reduction of human activities. But in terms of health, the air pollution it is well known that air pollution is causing respiratory problems. So it's very reasonable to think that air pollution is a risk factor for the viral infection, actually. But there are several studies, molecular level studies, but the epidemiological study is very rare. So in the epidemiological studies, most of the studies are animal or in vitro experimental studies, but there are only few epidemiological studies, so that is a very big challenge for epidemiologists to show the risk, population level risk of air pollution in terms of viral disease, including COVID-19. So as I said, the mechanism is well known, and there are even very old papers indicating that PM is associated with respiratory or viral disease. But in this analysis, in fact, in the COVID-19 researches, we are still experiencing this event, and data set is not complete yet. So it is too early to say something about the epidemiological risk factors here. But in some studies suggested, especially in US, some socio-economic or ethnic differences are the major risk factors of infectious disease, COVID-19, which could be easily understood because those people, for example, black or poor people, at the condition of easily infected, and then they have less ability to hospitals. So their damage is much serious compared to the rich people, I would say. So I will skip this because I have a similar paper later. And this is quite an interesting study analyzing the old influenza pandemic in 1918 in US. And they tried to find out the risk factors. The first graph on the left shows the differences of the difference between groups, infant mortality or illiterate, poor use, distance from the World War I basis, because in US, World War I soldiers are one of the carriers of the virus from the Europe. So as you can see that the infant mortality and illiteracy kind of socio-economic variables showing that the mortality rates are very different depending on the socio-economic status of the people. So that is what happening. So for the epidemiologist, disease is something we cannot avoid, but the severity of the consequences are very different depending on the socio-economic status or susceptibilities are different. So that would be something we'd like to minimize as a society. So similar research on Korea, so you can see the reduction of air pollution as well as mortality. And this is the last example I prepared today. Very interesting paper showing the short-term and long-term impact of air pollution. In the air pollution epidemiology, we divide health effects into two categories, short-term and long-term. And then they compare the benefit of the reduction of air pollution. The logical reason is that in Korea and in most of the cases we observe huge reduction of PM, and we can calculate avoidable deaths because of the reduction of PM, and we can calculate the number of avoidable deaths. And then we observe the number of mortality due to COVID-19, and they try to compare those two numbers. So this is the reduction of PM in Europe and China. So most of the cases the colors are blue, that means the reduction of PM 2.5. And then to calculate the long-term effect, they made 4 scenarios for long-term projection of the air pollution. And this is kind of conclusion. The first two shows the first top graph shows the PM 2.5 concentration before and after. So the blue one is the after the COVID. So you see the huge reduction in China. And the second graph calculates the avoidable deaths on top. And below the purple is the actual mortality of COVID-19. So in China, the benefit, avoidable deaths was huge compared to the actual COVID casualties. But in Europe, the reduction was much smaller. You can see the difference, especially at the early stage. They observed some reduction, but after that, reduction was not observed actually. And the interesting pattern is the last graph, which shows that COVID casualty is huge compared to the avoidable deaths because due to the reduction of PM 2.5. So in China and Europe, the patterns are opposite. So in summary, in China, the benefit, health benefit due to the reduction of air pollution was huge, but in Europe, the COVID casualty, they observed much bigger number compared to the benefit due to the reduction of air pollution. Just the message of this paper. And a long-term effect similar, I think. So in summary, COVID-19, we observed reduction because of the reduction of human activities and air pollution emission. But emission and concentration, we need to consider several other things. And we observed reduction of NO2, PM, but not ozone. And huge heterogeneity in air pollution changes. And air pollution is associated with susceptibility of COVID-19 incidence and mortality. And those are the epidemiological questions in the public health area. We need to find out the susceptible group, and we need to explain, and the role of air pollution in the relationship with air pollution and health. And this is, we call, epidemiologists just call this is kind of natural experiment to make some effect of reduced air pollution, so that we can do some modeling works to see the effect, health effect of reduced air pollution due to the COVID problems. So that's it for today. Thank you.
네, 그 훌륭한 발표 감사드리고요. 저기 시간적 여유가 좀 있기 때문에 그 질문을 받도록 하겠습니다. 여기 플로어에 있는 분들이나 지금 거기 컴퓨터에 계신 분들도 좀 질문을 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 저쪽에 인터넷에 있는 분들이 이쪽에서 안 보이는데. 채팅으로 질문을 해주셔도 괜찮겠습니다.
마이크 그냥 보자. 일반적으로 코로나 마이크 앞에 예, 마이크 그냥 시작을 뭐 그냥 앞에 같이 얘기하겠습니다. 마이크 있어? 아까 마이크 있던데?
건너편에.
예, 일반적으로 그 코로나로 인해서 일반 사람들은 대기질이 굉장히 좋아졌다고 이렇게 생각하는데 요 며칠 또 굉장히 초미세먼지가 나빠지고 있거든요. 그러니까 이런 일반 사람들의 입장에서 정말로 코로나로 인해서 여러 가지 이제 팩터가 많이 있겠지만은 공기질이 좋아졌는데 실질적으로 어떤 것이 가장 큰 영향을 줬을까 하는 것에 대한 어떤 좀 연구 결과라든가 김 교수님의 의견 듣고 싶습니다.
네, 이건 서두에서 말씀드렸다시피 코로나는 아직도 진행 중이고 우리가 이해하는 것보다 모르는 게 더 많은 것 같습니다. 생물학적으로도 그렇고 아까 처음 발표자께서도 말씀하셨다시피 좀 이해하지 못하는 것들이 많아서 특히 이제 미세먼지나 대기오염 모델링도 아직도 모델 자체가 그렇게 정밀도가 높지 않기 때문에 그런 상태에서 어떠한 영향 때문에 올해 그 미세먼지가 올 봄에 특히 여름까지 굉장히 좀 줄었나에 대해서는 아직 얘기하기는 굉장히 너무 이르다고 생각은 되지만 많은 나라에서 이 인간 활동이 줄으면서 산업도 위축되고 또 교통도 많이 줄고 해서 그런 것이 아닌가라는 의견들이 많은 것 같고요. 그럼에도 불구하고 날씨나 이런 것 때문에 몇몇 지역에서는 그런 감소가 관찰되지 않고 오히려 증가하는 것이 보였다. 이런 보고들이 많이 있습니다. 그런 것들에 대해서 조금 더 우리가 분석할 수 있는 자료가 많이 나온 것이 오히려 그 연구하는 사람들한테는 좀 기회가 되지 않을까 이런 생각이 들고요. 그래서 좀 자료를 우리나라에서도 좀 빨리 공개를 하면 사실 이제 사망 자료 같은 게 사실 잘 공개가 안 됩니다. 좀 빨리 받아서 좀 했으면 좋겠는데 그래서 좀 그런 자료 공개가 좀 빨리 되면서 할 수 있는 연구 주제들은 향후 1, 2년 동안 굉장히 많지 않을까 그런 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 아까 이 배출하고 컨센트레이션은 완전히 다른 거다라는 거는 대부분 이해하고 있으니까 그런 것들의 간육을 메워가는 그런 노력들이 좀 필요해 보입니다.
또 다른 질문들 있는가요?
what exactly was stopped, and then quantifying what impact this had on air pollution and on the processes in the air, in particular formation of secondary pollutants like ozone. This is something which under normal circumstances would not be possible to do. So I think this is the biggest benefit we can draw from this in using this natural experiment in much better quantifying the source contribution, the processes occurring, and the source inventory.
Thank you for your comment. I couldn't agree more. So we researchers have a big responsibility to provide more detailed analysis in the future for the coming years, especially for the new researchers. This is a very good topic for them to perform a detailed analysis. So thank you for your comments.
오케이. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 그러면 저기 첫 번째 김호 교수님의 강연을 마치도록 하고요. 저기 좋은 강연에 대해서 박수 한번 다시 부탁드리겠습니다. 다음 제가 이제 안내 말씀을 드릴 텐데요. 20분간 커피 브레이크를 하고 지금 시간이 3시 5분이니까 3시 20분에 15분간 커피 브레이크를 하고 3시 20분에 다시 계속해서 세션 1을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
이해하시기 큰 어려움이 없으실 거라고 생각합니다. 유고리 교수님 준비되셨나요? 유고리 교수님께서 코로나 팬데믹에서의 실내 공기질의 역할에 대해서 발표를 해주시도록 하겠습니다.
Can everybody see my slide?
No.
You cannot see my slide. I don't know what can I do. I stop share again. Can anyone help me? This is strange. I share my screen again. Can you see, Lydia?
Yes, now it's fine. Yep.
Okay. Can I start?
I guess so.
I'm confused.
Just go on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Professor Yongxin Kim for the invitation. My topic is on the roles of indoor air in COVID-19 pandemic. I don't know why so I need to thank a lot of people during this things earlier this year. I worked with many people and also some centers of disease control in China. I'm now in Beijing in a quarantine hotel. Following Professor Lydia Maraska's talk, I probably start with this quote from Yang Sandel, who used to be a speaker in Professor Kim's meeting. I think he will be very pleased to hear the ventilation now has becoming a hot topic at the moment. And he was wondering why indoor air is no longer a hot topic, and he thinks it was outdoor environment issues became dominant since 1960s. So this obviously means that it was a hot issue in the 19th century, and exactly what happened then. So many of you know the dominance, probably public health background colleagues, and that infection was a dominant topic in the 18th, 19th century. And so there was a significant overall reduction of the infection until probably 1950s, and then the issue becomes a little bit less, and there's a lot of debate on the transmission route and so forth. So without going into details, it appears that the germ theory offered a raw material, but it was the germ environment host interaction that offers transmission. And so the interaction between germ and environment seems to be not well addressed. And following the success of hygiene revolution, the medicine, and somehow we felt is that we knew the transmission. So to me, it's not because of other issues became significant. Hence, the indoor environment was not focused on, but because we thought we knew. If you read Chapin's book in 1912, so although there were sporadic great efforts in studying the transmission, including Wells, Riley, and after SARS, many of us have done some work. But I would say most of the work has been rather limited, and hence the infection control policies are based on limited data. And one example was due to rural respiratory infection, and this map sometimes troubles me. As you can see that apart from African countries and South Africa. But I guess the U.S. living standard would be much higher than China, and you have Japan there, and so you can see the risk of lower respiratory infection actually pretty similar among those countries, and Australia too, where Professor Lydia is right now. This led me to think that that infection, actually respiratory infection, probably does not discriminate between the rich and poor. And then we have to know why. And it's not just the hygiene conditions, probably something else. So this is an issue. And so last year, I gave a longer presentation in the Healthy Building Conference, and I choose this quote from Karl Marx. And when I was young, I learned about Marxism. I think he had a lot of wise words. So the tragedy, the history repeats itself, and this is a big problem. We easily drop off our guard. So this happened this time. So I like to talk about two aerosols today. One is a fecal aerosol, and one is respiratory aerosol. I personally believe there are still many unanswered questions on both of these aerosols. So for respiratory, Professor Maraska already talked about, and in my framework, I like to, which I agree with many others, and I like to talk this 1.5 within, close contact, beyond, long range. And for the long range, you have possibly airborne, and very often airborne means long range. So let's distinguish that called distant long range airborne or long range fomite. And within close contact, many things can happen. This is where problems are. And we have the droplet transmission and perhaps short range airborne, and what I call immediate surfaces. Very few people talk about that. In close contact, many things can occur. I think the contact transmission somehow address this issue. And there are a few things we need to consider this definition. I think sometimes we have confusions even among ourselves. And very often in the literature, WHO, CDC, all stated that the droplets larger than 5 microns are large droplets. And this is problematic. It's actually wrong. And I wrote a paper about the history of it, but not whole history. Hopefully somebody else can write a better one. I also think the contact transmission concept can be confusing. And very often we do not know whether it's physical contact or social contact. And even the idea of intermediate surfaces object can be misleading. It appears that those surfaces objects were contaminated directly by the infected, and which is obviously not true. I think for this COVID-19, we probably observe a lot of transmission occurred in the close contact settings, and that is why social distancing worked. We have some occurrence of airborne transmission. I would use the word occasional, and they are not like SARS-1, where we have one outbreak with 300 infected in Amoy Garden. Yes, it's true that in some outbreaks in South Korea, you have observed some many outbreaks in the call center, for instance. I also believe that it is not important. It's not just about whether a particular route can transmit, and we also need to know under what conditions and that route works. So if whether it's dominate or not, we talk about normal conditions, and there is a big issue with the naming and a lot of confusion. So I first describe maybe this close contact and long range. I think there are two words for it. So in the close range, the airspeed is high, it can be anything small up to even 2 or 10 meters per second, but decays very fast. And then droplets stay there for 1 to 3 seconds, and inside this range, and the small, see, less than 20 microns, they fully evaporate in that thing, and larger, maybe 550 microns, can be suspended, and distant range, very small one, can be airborne. Let's see, less than 5 or 10. Airspeed is low, so the risk in the distant range is much lower than the close range. I mean, if there is a continuity. I mean, it's interesting, those concepts of airborne, formite, and contact were already in the textbook in the 16th century by Italian Francastoro. So I feel that those concepts were developed at the dawn of modern science and really need to evolve, and it changes all the time. But this one seems to be interesting. So consider droplet transmission. People forgot that Wells also mentioned that the droplets actually are larger than 100 micron. Oh, you cannot hear me? Hello? Can anyone let me know you can hear me or not? I'm changing the slide also, right? Can you see that my slides changing?
Yes, your voice is breaking and slides come with a delay.
Oh, very interesting. I think it's because of network. Anyway, forget about that. I'm still in the, I don't know why this computer becomes slow. Sharing has stopped. So I share that again. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not play that. So normal view. Let me do this then. I don't know. I'm in a hotel, so there is a possibility the whole thing is not working properly. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, the one saying should our transmission route concept be more transfer focused?
Yeah. Now, so I propose a different one, and I think from now on, I will try to use this set of definitions. So in the National Academy of Sciences discussion, Professor Lindsay Marr proposed to use inhalation, which I agree, for the airborne, for the aerosol transmission. Actually, now I prefer aerosol transmission more than airborne transmission. I'm happy to explain that. So I would call them drop spray, aerosol inhalation, and surface touch, and very simple, spray, inhale, and touch. So in Hong Kong, we had an outbreak, and this is where it got me confused. So in this huge building, every window is a family on this table. It's a public housing, very small homes. And the red one, which is 812, is a source patient. And then this family infected 4 others on this facade. And one of this neighbor and below his neighbor, and also above the index patient family. This is very much like Amoy Garden, where Amoy Garden, I draw the individual flats, the Amoy Garden 716. In fact, many family above and a few family below. And we published a paper early this year, a few months, last month, I think, that in Guangdong, in this family, that one person infected in 1502, in fact, 2 families above, 2502, 2702. Very interesting one, because I think this outbreak is historical. I was told it was because this outbreak that the Chinese CDC concluded or suspected aerosol transmission might be possible. It was written in the Chinese guideline in middle February. That's what you have heard. Actually, because this one goes about 10 floors, which is 30 meters above. I have studied that one a little bit careful. And actually, if I draw all 5 outbreaks I know in Guangzhou, in Hong Kong, in high-rise buildings, all these 5, I draw them together. To the right, you can see the red are the index families. And then you find out that most infections are above certain level and not at a lower level. So this intrigues us. And we eventually concluded in the AIM paper that is due to the chimney effect. So it's you know, after flushing and the flushing water inside the drainage stack and violent flows, actually it's annular flows, produce a lot of droplets. After the flushing, the droplets may remain inside the stack, just like the aerosols may remain in the room. And during non-flushing period, you have a chimney effect. Chimney effect during that period would go out at an upper level. And I know in South Korea, a few researchers study stack effect in high-rise buildings, but this is in high-rise pipes. So it's explained rather well. So if the fecal aerosols can be further verified to play a role, then probably we cannot just consider respiratory aerosols. And at this moment, the evidence is not strong, but many monitoring, including our own, have found that the toilets dominate the aerosols. Actually, in air toilet, in the beginning, people find more on surfaces related to toilets and even in the air in the toilets or the exhaust filters. So this is intrigues me, and I think that before and then the recent discussion, I think the Chinese find the viable viruses on the cold storage items, and that's worries me a little bit. So I think the fecal aerosols cannot be ignored, and toilets hygiene becomes very important. And this goes back to my interest in the last maybe 5 to 7 years, probably more, on the formite. Formite actually can be spread very rapid. And there is a touch network to go on. So it's very interesting topic. I only leave this for those who are interested in it. Because time, I will run fast. So for the large droplets, that this is very interesting. Every time when you do the presentation, a lot of information disappeared. How large droplets? And we published this paper very recently in this year, but people have known this data for some time. We ignored this in the past. Actually, when the droplets come to your face, the deposition depends on something for the Stokes number. Basically, it depends on the ability of a droplet, a drop that deviate from its trajectory. So if they have a larger mass, then it's not easy for them to deviate. And so hence the gravity force also play a greater role for the same reason. So then you can easily find out it was 550 to 100 microns. So from then on, I think not many people believe in this 5 micron threshold anymore. Of course, our model was very, very simple. So my students still trying very hard to use a better model to do the simulation. And from this one, without going into details, you can also find out that the drop transmission, even we consider the virus concentration is the same in both small and large droplets. We use target data, then the drop spray transmission route or the large droplet transmission, it's nothing. It's the contribution very small. Actually, for most of the time, it can be ignored. So if Professor Maraska this idea can be further verified, it's mainly in small droplets, then you can forget about drop transmission. So this is very important. I think glad to hear even Fauzi consider that we do know the aerosols a little bit more than before now. So now, so the short-range airborne transmission, short-range inhalation transmission decays as you move away from the source. So this is where the 1.5 to 2 meters come about. I don't think it matters. There's no whether 1 meter, 1.5, 2.0. It all depends on the situation. But we do know this long time ago. So I'm glad that short-range airborne or short-range inhalation is recognized gradually by more people. I believe short-range airborne dominates for SARS, coronavirus 2, and influenza viruses. And I think, yes, when we say inhalation or airborne routes, it's not only about long-range airborne. So we have to consider the ventilation effect carefully. And I actually, Professor Maraska cited a modeling study of Diamond Princess. And I do not believe the room central air conditioning and ventilation play a role. And I talked about this data before. We are still, I think analyzing data need to be very careful, and instead of publishing them fast. So the Japanese government did not release all the data, unfortunately, which is pity. I try very hard to try to get data, and Professor Tanabe also helped, but a lot of data are missing. Very essential data can be provided, but they don't provide. And so, but we do know that even before the February 5th, actually there are more single infected cases in the room rather than you can see a cluster of cases and basically telling you, and they also distribute randomly in the cabin. It doesn't matter whether you pay high price for very good room with the open windows or without window. Actually, they're all similar. So I always believe the ventilation in Diamond Princess was sufficient for staterooms. I do not know whether there is anything in public areas. So yeah, possibility that you may be in restaurants, in other areas, ventilation play a role, but not in the staterooms. So this suggests that stateroom ventilation is good. If the design according to guideline, then a 10 liter per second per person would be sufficient. And this also agree with normal our observation. In most of the high-end offices, I don't see. I have not read many in Hong Kong, in mainland China, of infection. Elsewhere, I also don't find them. Particularly migrant workers in Singapore, you suspect those places, dormitory where the ventilation is poor. So this was echoed by 3 outbreaks that I studied, and 2 are reported here. And the Guangzhou restaurant, everybody know, although we cannot get it published, we still want to do a little more with it now. So basically, the ventilation rate was very low, 1 liter per second per person. And Professor Maraska made the point, it's not the air conditioners. And after the Guangdong CDC paper published, there was really some wrong perception or misconception in the community. Air conditioners and people now in this hotel, I have a fan coil unit, and actually some people say you just turn them off. It really doesn't matter. It provides better mixing. And the fan coil unit itself is a filter, by the way. And if you mixing it well, if you have natural ventilation or infiltration, they will do better job. So this little bubble produced has been suspected, oh, it's the air conditioning that made it worse. But actually, this bubble helped. They limited the infection within that little bubble. And for this bus outbreak, this one young man went home on January 22nd from Changsha, Hunan province, to another city in the southern part. And he took 2 buses, 3 hours in one bus, 1 hour in the other bus. And this little bus had a higher ventilation rate, maybe 3 liters per second per person, including driver, and then 1.7 in the large bus. You can see it's fairly well mixed in on these 2 buses. But unfortunately, for these 2 outbreaks, it happened so early, there was no knowledge on asymptomatic infection. So only symptomatic infection were considered in these 2 studies. I feel I made these points well now. I really recommend anything ventilation less than 3 liters per second per person is a problem. It can lead to long-range inhalation infection. Probably, I would based on this study, I would consider SARS-2 is normally, if ventilation is sufficient, not a long-range inhalation or long-range airborne, but become airborne when there is insufficient ventilation. So I would call this opportunistic infection. So I draw this diagram and showing how that occurs. So if you have sufficient ventilation for SARS coronavirus, no infection. But if you have poor ventilation, then the condition in the room is similar or close as bad as in close contact. That's what happened. And if that's true, so how my time goes? I still have a little. So in terms of indoor air, I feel that I'm glad to hear or to see there is a increased interest in indoor air studies nowadays worldwide. I think mankind will reflect deeply on the need of future indoor environment, also probably human health and using of new technologies. I think Korea is leading in this direction. I mean, in the big data, AI, and IoT, and also Japan. And so I feel that because of lack of data, I also call for us to reconsider harmony between privacy and public good. Some of the data are actually really not private data. I mean, if you think there are really not many outbreaks, as far as I know, where the ventilation rate was measured, which is surprisingly before the COVID-19, the Wells-Riley equation and the Wells and the Riley paper actually was the only one that measured ventilation flow rate, to my best knowledge. And now we measure 2, and that's just too little that can be measured. So because of time, I think the challenge to indoor air scientists is this one was written before COVID-19, is to contribute to multidisciplinary effort of identification, quantification of transmission routes, new detection method, engineering intervention method, and the guideline for intervention. So I basically talk about some new concepts of transmission routes. And also, I suggest this is opportunistic airborne. And when the ventilation rate is low, insufficient, less than 3 liters per second per person at least at the moment, then you have long-range transmission. And if you have, I suspect, if you have sufficient ventilation, it's okay. So that's why the 10 liters per second per person can be used as a possible standard at the moment. So I'm confused if fecal aerosols may play a role. If this at this moment, I still recommend to observe toilet hygiene and actually for situation in Hong Kong, they don't listen to me now. I recommend they wear a mask when they use a toilet. Thank you very much. Thank you.
예, 수고하셨습니다. 우리 유건희 교수님 좋은 발표를 해주셨고 또 약간의 네트워크 문제상이 좀 있었지만 큰 무리 없이 지나간 것 같습니다. 혹시 플로어 또는 온라인에서 질문 있으시면 한두 개 정도 받도록 하겠습니다. 질문이 없으시면 제가 하나 질문을 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 지금 이 유건희 교수님이 발표해 주신 내용이 한국에서 비슷한 사례가 굉장히 많이 있었습니다. 그래서 그거에 대한 조치나 점검들을 저희 연구원에서 하고 있는데 아파트권에 대해서 한번 좀 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 유사한 사례, 홍콩에서 있던 사례와 유사한 사례가 우리 서울 시내에 있는 한 아파트, 고층 아파트에서 발생을 했는데 말씀하셨던 연돌 효과에 의해서 위로만 전파된 게 아니고 아래층으로도 연돌 효과가 일어나서 아래층으로 전파된 것 같다라는 가능성에 대해서 지금 점검을 하고 있어요. 혹시 유건희 교수님 그런 가능성에 대해서도 한번 검토해 보신 적이 있는지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
Yeah, certainly. I think for the Hong Kong outbreak, I investigated. We also observed local in the SARS A1 they also occur for the same, but they all connected by drainage pipe. I wonder for your outbreak, is that also connected by drainage pipe?
지금 말씀해 주신 걸 들으면 위로는 연돌 효과, 아래로는 배수관에 의한 것이라고 말씀이 된 것 같은데 혹시 그렇게 생각하고 계신 건가요?
For our outbreaks, those 5, they all connected by the drainage stacks or pipes. So I suspect it was the chimney effect inside the pipe. However, it all depends on the time of the infection. If it happens in a cooler climate, it's possibly the chimney effect going upwards. But if it happens in summer, there is a possibility the outbreak actually going downwards.
예, 저희 비슷한 사례예요. 좋은 대답 감사합니다. 혹시 한 분만 더 질문 받도록 하겠습니다. 예, 질문이 없으시면 다행스럽게도 일본의 다나베 교수님께서 직접 발표가 가능하시다고 다시 연락이 왔습니다. 그래서 다나베 교수님이 일본의 코로나 바이러스 대응 상황에 대해서 발표를 해주시도록 하겠습니다. 예, 시작해 주시죠. 다나베 교수님, 오케이. 오케이, 그래.
Is it all right to ask some question or give comments?
이화석과 교수.
예.
하고 싶은 질문.
발표를 하겠다고 그랬었잖아요. 근데 왜 질문 얘기가 먼저 나와요? 아까 거에 대한 질문? 아까 거에 대한 질문 유건희 교수님 계시니까 해주시죠. 예. 일본 잠깐만 좀 기다려주세요. 예.
Thank you very much, and I have enjoyed your talk. Pisan. And I make a very simple and basic question to you. So, in your research, how do you treat the particulate matter which touch down the surface? So you know that the surface is kind of a very important source area of the airborne particulate matter. And you know, I have researched the long time and the long range transported to the particulate matter, and especially I interested in the desert area. So those area is you know, the very strong wind is usually flow on the surface, and therefore secondary source no particle or particle source, and the surface is very important. The secondary source. Therefore, I have very large interest in your research. How do you treat such kind of the particle touch down the liquid or solid state particle from mouse?
Yeah, I think I wonder, because I did not hear everything. I think the internet for me today is a little bit problem. I'm in this not so good hotel. I have no options. They just send me to the hotel. I think the format, the services there are two issues. I think you mentioned one about resuspension from the floor, from the surfaces. This is indeed a very interesting question. I have not personally studied. My colleagues studied that. I think Professor Nazarov, there's Andrea in the US, they published quite a few papers on that. So in the past, in Chapin's time, this is called a dust transmission. I think this is a good term. Everything that coming from floor is a dust. So when you talk about face, so two people in close contact, and then they talk. So your eye, your nose, nostril, and your mouth constitute 10% of your face area. So you have a greater possibility for deposition on other side of face. And we touch our face almost all the time. And so it's very short duration. I think the survival is much better there. So, and that's why to keep a good hygiene of your body, your hand, not only your hand, but your face is very important. If you wash your hand, you know, every hour, it doesn't help because you touch your face every 10 minutes or 5 minutes even. And so this is an issue. I don't think is so clear cut and exactly what happened. I think the surface in Maui is interesting. I had the students who wrote the paper, published plus one. During this period, do you know how many people read it? It's probably 250,000 readers. They read that paper. I feel that there's still an interest in the community about the surfaces. It's just at this moment, we don't have many evidence. If I have time, I may add that for the Hunan bus, there is a bus from Changsha to this city. And after the index patient step out, new passengers joined the bus. On the way back, one of them got infected. Probably surface.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Yeah, interesting talk.
Thank you.
그리고 다음은 1번 마세드 대학의 강하배 교수님 연구실에 어시스턴트 프로페서 쪽에서 발표를 해주시도록 하겠습니다. 발표 준비되셨나요?
I think somebody mentioned that he cannot join. He will use his slide early on, if I was correct.
예, 지금 나오셨는데 대신 발표하실 건가요?
지금 들어왔죠.
일본에서 지금 발표 가능하십니까?
다나와 교수 제자.
화면 켜졌는데.
아 그래요?
화면 공유를 저분이 이제 해주세요.
우리 쪽에 비디오가 앞에 우리 쪽에 화면
지금
여기 왔네요. 오디오를 좀 시작해 주시죠. 꺼져 있습니다.
마이크 좀 켜고 말씀해 주세요.
일본 지금 화면에 나오셨는데 비디오하고 오디오가 꺼져 있습니다. 키고 시작해 주실 수 있겠습니까? 일본 들리세요? 들리시면 손을 한번 좀 들어봐 주시겠습니까?
안 들린다.
화면 왼쪽 밑에 있는 오디오와 비디오를 시작해 주시죠.
이거 NX에 들어와.
여기 준비됐네요. 그냥 끊고 우리가 아까 한다고 화면 보여주기도 그거 말이 안 되는데.
아니 글씨로.
지금 글씨로 하고 있습니다. 글씨로 비디오
ちょっと準備でしたら手をちょっとシェイクしてください。
저기 카메라에다 보셔봐. 저기가.
카메라에 안 잡혀요. 聞こえますか?
이거 카메라에다가 카메라 지금 보이잖아요. 여기다가 이거 좀
포커스 좀 뒤로.
오케이, 스탑. 오케이.
저 뒤로.
아니 안 돼요.
페이시가 포커스 좀 잘.
안 보여. 좀더 안.
마이크폰 또 알릴 때 사이.
화면이 안 잡히는 표정인데요. 우리 화면도 보지 못하는 표정 같아요.
맞아. 저는
커뮤니케이션이 안 되는 거죠?
원래 계획대로 그냥 슬라이드 가죠.
좀 이 얘기를 해줘야 하는데 すみません。聞こえますか？
뭔가 채팅을 치신다.
다른 거 보겠습니다.
田辺先生のアシスタントさん、はい、こちらからの
お嬢さんからそちらのなんかマイクの方のチューニングがうまくないんじゃないかっていうんで言ってるんですけども、
音声が聞こえないですかね。
音声が僕とこうやってやり取りしてると今いけてる感じなんだな。
動画は見え
動画を入れるとダメなんですか。
動画見えてますか？ちなみに。
いや、見えてない。あなたの顔が見えてる。今画面共有されて、
これで今もう一度選び直します。すみません。
Hello everybody. My name is なんか演説の頭の声が聞こえたな今。
今この画面は見えてますか？
いや、ちょっと撮ってないね。あなたの顔だけだ。
わかりました。
そちらのパソコンで、先生
コンピューターの岩塚先生、下の方に地球本のものをクリックして、イングリッシュをクリックしたら、
って言って、
フォルダーとか、これで動画は見れないですか？
まあ見れないな、ちょっと。なんだろう、こっちは。共感。ちょっと待ってね、これをこうやったとき違うか。
一旦その出版社のところの画面とかがメインになってて、こちらに権限が映ってないのかもしれない。はい。ダメですか？
なんかいかんね。どうしてなんだ、ちょっと待って、おかしいな。
動画の権限が。
今瞬間、エブリボでマイネームイズまで音声が入ったけどもね。どういうことなんだろう。
화면 조정 좀 하겠습니다.
예, 지금 일본하고 네트워크 커뮤니케이션상에 좀 문제가 있는 것 같아서 다나베 교수님이 미리 보내주신 발표 자료를 한 20초 간격으로 디스플레이 하도록 하겠습니다. 그거를 보시고 좀 참고를 해주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 제가 내용을 미리 조금 봤는데
아까 옆에
그림으로 설명을 잘 해주셔서 그냥 한 20초 간격으로 보시면 충분히 이해가 가능할 것 같습니다.
아까 세로로 띄워놨던 거. 어떻게 했어요?
音声だけが入ってますね。画面はあなたのマスクした顔が
뭐야, 알트탭 해서 PPT로 넘어가는 거. 알트탭. 그만. 아니, 꾹 누르지 말고 하나씩. 좀 알트를 누르고. 하고 그거 아까 친구가 그 옆에 새로 하는 알트탭 해가지고 알트탭 할 줄 몰라요? 잠깐만. 됐어. 여기서
先生、
はい、
出ますか。
はいはい。
入りました。
今、先生の映像が入りました。これ皆さん入ってるかな？金先生、入ってますか？
これで見えてますか？
見えてます。
はい。じゃあ、始めたいと思います。
The title. Hello, everybody.
大丈夫ですか？
はい、ありがとう。The title of my presentation is 3CS and Ventilation in Public Facilities for COVID-19 Control. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by coronavirus that usually causes fever, tiredness, and a cough, and can also cause breathing problems. The COVID-19 is not the name of virus. The SARS-CoV-2 is the name of the virus. The diameter of virus is 0.12 micrometer. But most of the time, virus in the respiratory fluid. Diameter range is from 0.2 to 100 to 1000 micrometer. Wide range, the copy per milliliter of respiratory fluid. In Japan, Mr. Nishimura and Oshitani posted the paper February 28. They investigated 11 clusters. All clusters were associated with close contact in indoor environments, including fitness gym, a restaurant boat or river, hospitals, and a snow festival, where they were eating space in tents with minimum ventilation rate. You can see the cluster is with 12, 9, and 4 people, most of the place with minimum ventilation rate. Because of that posted paper, Japanese government published 3 Cs on March 9th. They cautioned for the 3 space, closed indoor venue with poor ventilation, crowded space where many gather. Close contact conversations. This one is quite famous in Japan to avoid 3CS. Three possible modes of transmission. Droplets. Infected person, coughing, conversation,
멈춰달라고 지금 피해자한테 얘기를 했고 피해자분이 잠시만 기다려주세요.
Hello everybody, my name is Shinichi Tanabe from Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan. The title of my presentation is 3CS and ventilation in public facilities for COVID-19 control. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by coronavirus that usually causes fever, tiredness, and a cough, and can also cause breathing problems. The COVID-19 is not the name of virus. The SARS-CoV-2 is the name of the virus. The diameter of virus is 0.12 micrometer, but most of the time, virus in the respiratory fluid diameter range is from 0.2 to 100 to 1000 micrometer. Wide range, the copy per milliliter of respiratory fluid. In Japan, Professor Nishiura and Oshitani posted the paper February 28. They investigated 11 clusters. All clusters were associated with close contact in indoor environments, including fitness gym, a restaurant board or river, hospitals, and a snow festival where they were eating space in tents with minimum ventilation rate. You can see the cluster is with 12, 9, and 4 people, most of the place with minimum ventilation rate. Because of that posted paper, Japanese government published 3 C's on March 9th. Their caution for the 3 space, closed indoor venue with poor ventilation, crowded space where many gather, close contact conversations. This one is quite famous in Japan to avoid 3 Cs. 3 possible modes of transmission. Droplets. Infected person, coughing, conversation, singing. Droplet leads to the host. And also droplets attach to the surface like a desk, another place. Then she or he touch by hand, then mouth, nose, and eye. This is a contact infection. But this time, most big discussion is airborne. Droplets evaporate. We call droplet nuclei is reach to the longer than the droplet and inhalation and then infected. This is airborne. So we know the 3 routes for infection. Because of Nishiura's posted paper, our government cautioned on March 9th, 2020, enforce ventilation in a room with windows. If possible, open the windows on opposite or different side simultaneously to encourage ventilation. However, there is no established evidence of how much ventilation is adequate. Decrease the density of people. In case of crowds, reduce the density of people by securing the space of the venue and increasing the distance between people by 1 or 2 meters. Avoid short-range conversations, vocalization, and chanting. Avoid places where people are in close proximity to you. If you need to talk at the close distance, wear a mask to prevent the transmission of droplets. Because government publish ventilation is important, so that's why Society of Heating and Air Conditioning Sanitary Engineers Japan. At that time, I'm a president of SHASE, and Architect Institute of Japan, AIJ. We together declare the role of ventilation in the control of COVID-19 infection. We are talking ventilation in Japan, but WHO officially never described airborne transmission. That was the reason the Lydia Moreska and Don Milton, they worked together with 30
슬라이드는 보이는데 소리가 안 들리고.
지금 다 되고 있었잖아.
우리는
다른
온라인인데 그쪽에서 한국 얘기하는 게 아니라 일본어가 잘 안 되는 거? 아니야 아까 이와 색깔은 잘.
전혀 문제 없었는데.
이 친구 아까 그 젊은 친구가
지금 끊지 말고요. 계속 가시죠. 우리가 지금 핸들링 하는 거잖아요. 계속 하세요. 일단 끊지 말고. 끊어요.
끊지 말고 가요.
영상이 끄는 게 아니고요. 영상이 끝났습니다. 영상이 끝났습니다.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shinichi Tanabe from Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan. The title of my presentation is 3CS and Ventilation in Public Facilities for COVID-19 Control. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by coronavirus that usually causes fever, tiredness, and a cough, and can also cause breathing problems. Hello, everybody.
Can you hear?
Okay.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you see?
Yes.
Sorry, it's confusing. Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, I can start. Sorry, I just cut down some of the things. And can you see?
Oh, yes, and I can see.
Okay, I
slide.
maybe I will talk. It's 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, summarize. Are you okay? Okay. Of course, as I already explained the COVID-19 and the SARS-CoV-2, and this is Professor Nishiura and Oshitani posted on the medRxiv on 28 February. So they found the cluster is happened with minimum ventilation rate and also associated with a close contact in indoor environment. Because of this study, so March 9th, government published 3C, the closed indoor venue with the poor ventilation and crowded space where many gather, a close contact conversation. So our nations is follow this guideline for 3Cs. Of course, we know the 3 root and the contact, droplet, airborne. So we all know, but it's some of them is not talking for airborne. But our government say first one is enforced ventilation, and but there is no established evidence to how much ventilation is adequate. And second is to decrease the density of the people and the distance between people by 1 or 2 meters, and also avoid short-range conversation, vocalization, and chanting, and wear the mask. This is a caution in the March. And because of they're talking for the ventilation. So that was the reason Chasse and AIJ published a president statement for March 23 about ventilation. And of course, this is a very good activity to the Lydia and the DOM and other 36 to WHO. And if only even the Western Pacific region, the WHO published a flyer for avoid the 3 Cs. And this is following from our government, the crowded places, close contact, and confine and enclosed spaces. So in WHO flyer, they already mentioned when possible, open windows and the doors ventilation, and also wear a mask. And of course, this is already talking with Lidi and Hugo. So the range around 5 to 10 micrometer diameter aerosol have some infection and also very important to think. And this is Lindsay Mars PowerPoint. It's big droplets is settled to the floor or desk, but some of them in the drop nuclei in the air, and some of the droplet also in the air. And the problem is this is inactivation or inactivated, and the ventilation is very big low. And this is one of our experiments. So with the cough machine and the paper to change the color by water. And this is a thermal mannequin and measurement for the large droplet. So it's more than 1.2 meter. So large droplet is not observed, but it's depend on the humidity. So high humidity, it's more droplet settle down. The low humidity, lower. It means under the low humidity, its droplet may evaporate to the small one. And it's a very interesting study by JAMA, published 1918, October 12th. So we learned study from US. Here's the chair, and also they measure the different point and how much affect the mask, and also how much the distance is important. It's published in 1918 during the Spanish flu. Of course, this time it's one of the very difficult things is the pre-symptomatic transmission. So the paper by nature, so 44% of the secondary cases were infected during the index cases, pre-symptomatic stage. So disease control measures should be adjusted to the account of probable substantial pre-symptomatic transmission. So that's why we recommend to wear the mask. Of course, this is one person infected, so usually they go into the group and for the other infection, but he or she is not symptomatic, so that's a big problem in the group. And this is the effect of the mask for the influenza copy. For over the 5 micrometer droplets, it's a big effect. It's a lower droplet, lower than 5 micrometer, so maybe 30 to 50%. But very interesting, this is a San Francisco Chronicle. They published in 1918. So San Francisco, they ask fines. They asked to wear the mask. So if without, so they ask you to $5 to $100 and also 10 days prison. So this is 1918. So we learn from this one, and we start to wear the mask in Japan. And this is the flyer, 1918 to 2021. So in the train, so you should wear a mask to prevent the droplet, and also Google. So goggle like this. This is 100 years ago. And of course, this is a Hugo's analysis, very famous. So the ventilation rate is estimated for 3 cubic meter per hour. So it's much lower than our recommendation. This is the call center in Korea. It's one section is very infected, probably they said it's a very low penetration rate. And cluster of coronavirus disease in communities in Japan is our government is the total analyzed 3,184 cases disease and 61 case cluster in the healthcare and other facilities, restaurant, bars, and most were 20 to 39 years age and presymptomatic or asymptomatic the virus transmission, and heavy breathing in close proximity such as singing, karaoke, and chair in the club, having the conversation in the bars, and exercise in the gymnasium. And this is published by the ministry for this, the typical case for the cluster. So we are collaborating with the government. So we analyzed the case of the cluster. So announced to the normal people to avoid the reason for the cluster. Okay, and ruling a store. So there are several papers to positive for SARS-CoV-2 in RNA in store. So viral RNA positive were detected in both urine and stool samples, but we don't have any evidence to infect by stool and urine yet. So that's why, so this is the picture I take last year. So like a PAP is, maybe we have to be patient after COVID-19. And this is Lydia and Hugo explain very in detail. So ventilation is very important. And we have a building sanitation law. So the gross floor area over 3,000 square meter. So you have to measure every 2 months is mandatory, and over 40,000 mandatory measurement per year. So we keep ask them to keep 1,000 ppm. And opinion by the ministry and the March, based on building sanitation law, 1,000 ppm is almost equal to 30 cubic meter per hour per person. So this is based on the occupancy of the room. So 30 cubic meter per hour person is not based on the infection control, but they say this is not so bad ventilation. This one is equivalent to 7 to 8 liters per second per person. And of course, we have a different HVAC system. This is a centralized, so heating and cool and ventilation operate at the same time. So recirculation filter is required. The problem is this kind of things. This one is not ventilated. So here, heat exchange system installed. So you have to be careful, not just using air conditioner. Ordinary people, they don't know. And this is one of our classroom. It's an old classroom. So they have heating and cooling at the same time at the ventilation, the 2 switches. So be careful because the air conditioner switch and the ventilation switch are not linked. And of course, we're talking for the 30 cubic meter per hour. It's CO2 is good, but it's if you have a 1 patient here, the concentration aerosol is higher. And Lydia already talked for the Wells-Riley equation. So we just adjust and explain for the normal people, because Quanta is recently published different people. So for the standard is 20. So mask maybe half, loud voice 40, maybe super emitter 400. So as chorus group, they published 970. So I just estimate steady state. The home is for airborne is some risk because we stay at the same time 12 hours. And the karaoke is you have a super emitter. Oh, it's dangerous. The restaurant, so you cut down to 10 times less ventilation is 36%. The office and school, as long as you wear the mask and some keep ventilation rate for airborne infection, this is lower than others. But this is a relative risk. And the filter UVGI is effective. And also we are do the simulate train study. So how much they contact to the face. We tested different one. Its average is around 18 to 17 times you touch the surface. But 42, 43% you touch the mouth membranes, the nose, and eye. So it's very important. Average for 8 times per hour, they touch face mucous membranes. And the female is less touch because of cosmetic. And of course, it's aerosol and surface stability. So the virus may be stable for a couple hours, and some of them is just 72 hours of plastic and stainless steel. Yesterday, it's one study published by Japanese medical doctor. So on the hand, maybe 7 to 8 hours is active on the skin surface. Okay, again, for the airborne droplet contact, so we have to cut 3 routes, not only one. So some people said outside is okay because of ventilation, but for the BBQ, so we have some cluster with the BBQ. So also you have to think the droplet contact, not only the airborne. So 3 routes is very important. And this is the new style at the university. So this is the class last year, I take last year. But it's keep 1 or 2 meter distance, ventilation, and hand hygiene, especially after the toilet, mask, and the time. This is very difficult to ask for us for the social, before. And also for the evacuation space is a very big issue. For we have an earthquake, typhoon, and heavy rain. So this is one example of evacuation space. And the people is very close proximity, and we have to study with our society group also and lower the risk of the evacuation space. Okay, this is the last slide. So with after COVID, so we're thinking for decentralization. It's maybe more like people it's working from the outside the town or kind of this. Also DX, digitalization like today with Zoom. And also decarbonization is also one of the issue. So also in Japan and also especially for Europe, so they have a green recovery. They put the money to the decarbonization. Thank you very much. Sorry for confusing. And this is it for my presentation. So I shortened, sorry for that.
Yep. 3C하고 마지막에 3B까지 잘 말씀해 주신 거 감사드리고요. 지금 통역이 안 나가고 있나요?
소리가 안 들린다고 그래, 일본에서는.
I can see your face.
저쪽에서 뭘 잘못해서 그런 거야.
여기는 소리가 잘 들리는데 아마 일본 쪽
문자로
시스템에 좀
여기는
있는
잘
쓰고 있습니다.
네, 문자로. 근데 그쪽에서 볼륨을 키라든가 턴온
Professor Lee, in any way, I recorded around 25 video with my talk, so you can use in the later on. Sorry for that.
오케이. 뭐 여러 가지 사정상 발표는 이것으로 마치도록 하고요. 혹시 궁금한 점이 있으시면 단원이 교수님한테 메일 등의 다른 방법을 통해서 질문하시는 걸로 하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 뒤에 바로 우리 계획대로 유엔 맑은 공기날 지정 기념을 위한 각국의 역할에 대해서 김주준 교수님이 진행해 주도록 하겠습니다.
Sorry for that. Please email to me so I can answer. Thank you very much.
지나서는 안에 들어. 뭐 디스커션 조금 하고.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, maybe good morning, or good evening, everyone. I'm a professor of Korean University. My name is Do Chun Kim. I'll be taking care of session 2 regarding regarding activities for celebrating UN International Day of Clean Air for the blue skies in Gaka's country office. Excuse me. We have 4 speakers from Japan, China, India, and Mongolia. Each speaker has 10 minutes to go. The first speaker is Professor Iwasaka from Japan. He is a professor of Nagoya University, and he is a branch manager of Japanese Gaka as well. He will be talking about activities and role for UN Clean Air Day in Japan. Please give him a big hand in my
Excuse me, Chairperson. It's a time to
there. Yes.
my talk.
Yes. Yes. Professor.
Sorry, no, I
it's
cannot
your
hear
turn.
cannot take your voice. Anyway,
Oh, really? What's wrong with this?
but I'd like to start my talk. Okay. Hey. Yes, and today I'd like to talk to you about the activity of Japan group for UN Clean Air Day. And Iwasaka spent his childhood at Toyama area. Now, after then, he moved to Tokyo. He graduated from University of Tokyo and started his graduate research. Professor Nagata was the supervisor. Iwasaka got his job at Nagoya University after then and started his observation of aerosol particles in the atmosphere. 1982 to 84, Iwasaka joined the Japan Antarctic Research Expedition Team in order to observe stratospheric aerosol dust. However, he could not see that the dust particle, and he met large stratospheric cloud, PSC, which play an important chemical reactions. The reaction site of ozone destruction. After then, he started an aerosol chemical reaction research in the atmosphere. And now, so Iwasaka realized importance of clean air. Anyway, we cannot live without air. However, we spend every day without thinking of air. Now, we use actively atmospheric O2 to get the energy and throw dust and gases into the air. Now that we have some activities to make clean air and have World Air Days, public lecture and discussion, collaborations with various events to have a chance to say importance of good air and necessity of World Air Days in Japan. I'd like to show you the first example of the activities. One is the collaboration with Air Sharin, in Japanese, the Kuki Jinja. That Sharin is in Asahi Town in Japan, here, and here. The Tokyo and here, and Nagoya, just now I'm living here, this. The Asahi Town is the very good place to enjoy mountain sports. And the town having the lots of the mountain, larger one and smaller one. There is a large mirror on the small mountain top. And you know, there is no building or housing on the mountain. This mirror is scared one. During a festival, holy dance is offered on the surface of the large mirror. Those girls student yes, and some girls elementary school, and some girls studying in junior high school. So anyway, the dancing is now offered. I think it's a good time to say the importance of atmosphere or importance of air. During a Shrine festival, we opened a seminar. The title is again consider the importance of air. So many persons joined that seminar and discussed about the air or air days. So many papers show you that we are now having many seminar or the conference and discussion in order to keep an air clean and to have clean nowadays. So it's an image of long-range transport of dust particle from the China land to Korea and Japan, and some picture taken from satellite show that this low pressure system transporting lots of particle and another particle and the gas, dust, and so on. So it suggests us that the importance of the collaboration between many countries in order to have good air, especially the China, Korea, Japan, and maybe the United States. So many recently coronavirus largely disrupted our lifestyle, and it is also suggested that we have to know much more about the air. I think it's a good chance to consider what good air is, and they consider the necessity of having the clean air. So in Japan, many persons have strong interest in China air, and most persons understand the importance of collaboration over the boundary. However, it is not enough just now. We have to do various things in order to have UN Clean Air Day. So it's my conclusion. Thank you very much. I'm sorry over the time. Thank you.
For your presentation, Dr. Yoshioka. Next, the second speaker is Professor Lin Chen from China. He's a professor of Institute of Atmospheric Physics, Chinese Academy of Science, and he's a branch manager of Chinese GACA as well. He'll be talking about activities and role for UN Clean Air Day in China? Yeah, please give him a hand. He can remind again. About these topics after this session. So next speaker will be present this.
Hi, it's Chenbin from the Institute of Atmospheric Physics, Chinese Academy of Sciences. My report includes mainly the 4 parts. First, government actions for clean air in recent years, and second, the changes of air in China during the COVID epidemic. And after that, I talk about the civic and folk actions for clean air in the ordinary life in China. First, the government actions for clean air and air quality management in recent years. First, in just this year, 2020, the government put forward a new version of ambient air quality standard. It adds some technical guidance. For example, some main points is that the gas pollutant, including the SO2 and the NOx, have been put into the standard, and some heavy metals like AS, SE, BI, and SB from ambient air and waste gas by atomic fluorescence spectrometry also take effect. And the history of the recent years of the legislation for air pollution prevention and control. Since 2000, China has revised the air pollution prevention and control law. And
so we cannot take the ear.
You cannot see the
picture.
Screen.
Yeah, I can see the screen.
You can see. Is it okay?
Oh no.
Oh,
so I see the only your face.
Oh, I already it showed the screen is shared. Just share again. Share again. Oh, sorry. Oh, something. Is it okay now?
Just a moment.
Still not?
Oh, no.
Wow, just a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see your slides.
Oh, sorry. Okay. It's Shinbin from China.
Professor, yeah, I think Professor Yazaka, you have to go to the view options and then click on the shared screen of Professor Bean. Then you can see his slides.
Now it's okay?
Yeah, I can see Professor Bean, yeah.
Oh, okay. It's the government actions for the clean air quality and the standard in China. My report contains 4 parts. First, the government actions for clean air quality, and now in this year, the newly forwarded the policies, the formulation of ambient air quality standard. The government add the standard of pollutant gas, including the SO2 and the NOx. Right? Mm. 共享按了，现在呢？天呐，这我原先稍等，稍等。还没行吗？稍等，马上。天呐，我那没搞。就是我，它显示你正在共享啊。主要是哪个？还不行啊？我退出重新来了。共享屏幕是哪一个？好的。现在还看不着？哦，天，不好意思。That's the history for the legislation of air pollution prevention and control of Chinese government in recent years. Ever since the year 2000, China government, central government revised the air pollution prevention and control law, and after that, many versions have been put into practice, and now the ongoing effective one is the 2018 3 years action plan, naming 3-year action plan to win the blue sky defense war. And this plan was put forward and put in practice by the State Council in July of 2018. It aims to reduce the total emission of major air pollutants and greenhouse gas, furtherly significantly reduce the concentration of PM 2.5 and improve the air quality in 3 years. And that's the main changes, modifications of air in the year 2019. Nationwidely, the concentration, the average concentration of PM 2.5 was same as the last year, the year before, and the concentration of PM10 was down 1.6%, and the average number of excellent days was 82%. But PM 2.5 concentration in Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region. The region around the Beijing was down 1.7% compared to the year before. And in Beijing, the proportion of excellent days was 66%, and the PM 2.5 concentration decreased more than 10%. And the average percentage of good days in the Yangtze River Delta region was 77%, and the PM concentration was decreased 2.4%. And the national changes in the first year of this year, the main pollutants, including PM 2.5, NO2, CO, PM10, SO2, and ozone, all decreased obviously. And national concentration change of 6 pollutants all changed, but only a little, a few increased. I will explain in the next slides. And the 2018 revision of the Prevention and Control of Atmospheric Pollution Law was set up, just mentioned. And the governments of Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, ever since then, the governments of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei have strengthened the supervision and cooperation and enhanced the joint governance and control and the regional cooperation, especially in the year 2019. And in this year, the government also put forward the ecological environment and the health literacy of Chinese citizens. It covers the basic knowledge and concepts of the atmosphere, water, and other aspects, and guides citizens to correctly understand the relationship between human and nature, and establish the concept that environment and health are closely related. And the government also put forward many app to the mobile phone named Low Carbon Winter Olympics. It by digital means, the carbon points obtained by users in low carbon activities such as green travel and garbage classification can be exchanged for corresponding rewards in order to encourage the public to live a low carbon life. And during the COVID epidemic, also some obvious changes in the air quality. Firstly, from the early this year to July, the main pollutants like the PM, ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and carbon monoxide all decreased compared to last year. But but only ozone in April increased compared to the year before. And that's the PM 2.5 year-to-year comparison. In the main reason, is Beijing surrounding area. B is the Beijing. A is Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, Beijing surrounding area. B is Beijing itself, and C is the Yangtze River Delta, and D is the Feven Plain, that is in middle and west China. As is obvious that the main pollutants of PM 2.5 in Beijing and Beijing surrounding area and the Yangtze River Delta all decreased. But in the Finland plan, relatively steady, relatively similar to the year before, because the other three regions are all academic activities is all positive. Only the Finland plain area is not so industrial area. So some research results about air changes during the COVID-19 epidemic compared to February and March average in 2019. This year, not only the nationwide Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei area, and also the Pearl River Delta and the Sichuan Basin and the Yangtze River Delta region, the main pollutant of CO, NOx, PM all decreased. Of course, just I mentioned only the ozone somewhat increased. And the aerosol, the changes of aerosol concentration in Beijing, Chinese New Year holiday. That is to say, the Chinese New Year holiday this year, there's a 30 to 50% decrease in primary aerosol species, and there are much smaller changes in secondary species compared with primary aerosol species, and large increases in sulfur and nitrogen oxidation capacity during the first decade. And also some other changes in the chemical species and the source contribution in Wuhan. In Wuhan, also the average mass concentration of PM 2.5 decreased obviously. The main all the main chemical species of PM 2.5 decreased, but complex not non-linear response of chemical responses and sources to the PM 2.5 concentration. And the national nitrogen dioxide troposphere column density decreased. It leads to improvement in air quality, but having broad health benefits in non-COVID-19 deaths. So why we call non-COVID deaths? Because many researchers found that severe air pollution events is not avoided by reduced human activities during the COVID-19 epidemic in China. Anthropogenic emission decreases mainly on transportation and industry contribute to the decreases of PM 2.5. But adverse meteorological conditions leads to severe air pollution events. The large emissions reduction would not help avoid the severe air pollution in China, especially when the meteorological condition is unfavorable. So more effects should be made to completely avoid severe air pollution. Then the last two parts, the civic and folk actions for clean air quality. In China, there has been many civil society organizations like Blue Skies, Self-Made, Blue Sky Laboratory, Low Carbon Family, China Air Pollution Map, and I Test the Air for My Motherland. That's all non-profit civil society organizations. They are all very active in the ordinary life. And also the WWF is one of the world's largest independent non-government environment organizations in China, and also including the Earth Hour, and they may have many activities like the Blue Sky Self-Made, calling for more people to pay attention to air pollution. And Friends of Nature is also one of the dominant so kind of organization. It is a non-profit and non-government environment organization dedicated to promoting public participation in environmental pollution, and also including the low carbon activities. This institute also is the Institute of Public Environmental Affairs. Briefly, IPE is committed to collect and analyze the environmental information disclosed by the government and enterprises. The Clean Air regularly sorts out China's progress in monitoring and reducing air pollution, and early warning and emergency, identifying the pollution sources and focusing on emission reduction. It gave many online results, and it is very useful even for research. Nature University also one of the predominant so kind of organizations. And back to the China Environment Protection Association. It's led by the government, but also a well-known national and international social organization in the field of Chinese environmental protection. It is a non-government organization engaged in public welfare environment protection in China. And the folk activities, there are too many. For example, the Clean Air, Blue Sky activity, and some many activities in middle and junior high school and elementary schools. Ever since the early 2015, that is only some examples. Every year, many activities, similar activities. And for the future, actually, some actions have started, like the Zero Pollution Trip Week, and it can encourage more citizens to travel by public transport and by walking and cycling. Some of my colleagues have been engaged in such kind of activities, less and less working persons quit the bus driving and take the transportation by bicycle. And it's in the nearby one middle school nearby. It's we went to the junior high school for 1 hour introduction of the air quality policy and the research. And the street in the street and living area, it's the introduction and conversation to the citizens about the knowledge of air pollution. And in many universities, there are also some parties with the theme of atmosphere. And of course, not only for the air quality itself, but also for the scientific research, the cooperation between different countries, especially the neighboring countries, are also necessary. We should strengthen the cooperation among our countries. So that's all my report. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chen. Now we are running out of time, so we have to move on to next speaker. The third speaker is Professor Serenik Day from China. I'm sorry. Serenik Day from let me see. India, right? India, and he's a professor of School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi.
아니 그거 말고.
And he's a branch manager of Indian Gaga as well. He'll be talking about activities and the role for UN Clean Air Day in India. Professor Day.
Yeah, thank you. Am I audible? I can see my screen. Yeah, okay, perfect. So yeah, thanks and for the opportunity to talk about the activities about the clean air programs in India. Let me quickly go to so India in 2018 has launched this National Clean Air Program. And this is the first time India has sort of acknowledged that air quality is now not just an urban-centric problem, but it's really a pan-India scale problem. And under that program, now we have around 230 continuous monitoring sites. We already established 700 plus manual monitoring sites across the country. And under this particular program, the focus has been given on this 122 non-attainment cities, which you can see on this map. So these are the cities where the pollution level exceeds the Indian national standard in terms of PM 2.5. So on September 8, India celebrated the first UN Clean Air Day, where the progress of this program has been discussed. And all the state pollution control boards, the knowledge network partners, NGOs, experts, and academicians, they took part in multiple webinars, panel discussions, and also, people shared their experience across the country, particularly, how much their quality has improved during the COVID lockdown. Another major step India has taken in recent years is turn to the satellite data officially. So we have developed actually a satellite-based PM 2.5 database for India at 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer resolution for the last 20 plus years. So you can see basically that this is how the spatial distribution of the pollution looks like in India. The North India, so Delhi, which is the capital of India, is here, which is one of the most polluted cities. But you can see that it's not just Delhi, but this entire North Indian region, which is actually part of the Indo-Gangetic Plain, which is a low-lying area, where the pollution level is, at annual scale, and this is for PM 2.5, the annual concentration you can see is around 80 to 90 microgram per meter cube. And since this is a satellite-based data, what you are showing, you are seeing here is a very robust validation of the data, and you can see that the satellite is doing a very good job wherever you look into various different regions compared to the ground-based measurements. And now this database and this results are available for use by anyone. What I am now going to show you is a video where you can see that what is the pollution cycle in India. And this video, once I click, it will start running from 1st January to 31st December. And keep in mind that each day is your 20-year average. Let's see how things are moving. So you can see that in January, this entire India, is having very, very high pollution load. And again, if you see anything in blue actually is sort of clean. And even in February and March, you can see that large part of India still is under the grip of pollution. And only in the summer now you can see that some parts, especially in the southern India is clean, but still you have this influence of dust, which is transported from the Indian desert, in addition to all the anthropogenic aerosols. And now you see the monsoon, which is mostly coming now in end of June, and you can see now almost the entire India is very clean because pollution level is sort of washed out by monsoon, except the arid desert region. And then as soon as we are in the month of end of September or early October, your pollution level is again building up. So this is the typical pollution cycle in India. I'm sorry, actually there's some problem with my screen. So this is actually now very well understood because we have this long-term data set, and for some reasons, okay, let me just go to the next slide. What is also heartening to see is that under this National Clean Air Program and various other initiatives, you can see that there is a recent improvements in air quality. For example, what we are seeing in the top panel is that the pollution level in that particular year with respect to the previous year. So like pollution level in 2016 was much higher than it was in 2015. But as we move forward in time, especially 2019, if you see, almost everywhere in India, the pollution level has gone down by 5 to 15%. And obviously in 2020, because of the pandemic lockdown, the pollution level kept low. Then you can also see that in Delhi, with respect to the 20-year average, you can see that how the pollution has fluctuated in the last 20 years. So there was an increase in the pollution, and then there was a major policy decision taken in 2002-03 where the entire public transport fleet has been converted from gasoline to CNG. And you can see that as long as this happens, the pollution level continued to reduce. But again, it started increasing from 2007-08. And then, we launched Air Quality Index to create awareness in 2016, and then several other policies in the last 2 years. And then again, we started seeing this declining trend. And I hope that this trend continues. Next, you can see that how pollution changed during the lockdown over India. This is using satellite data. You can see that the pre-lockdown period, which is basically 19th February to 24th March, pollution level was more than 80 microgram per meter cube over most of the land. However, in fact, India has these 4 phases of lockdown. And you can see that immediately as soon as the lockdown started, there is a massive reduction in the pollution level, especially in this northern India, which I was referring to as Gangetic Plain, not in the central India. The reason is that why the pollution level has not gone down everywhere, because in the rural areas, the household emissions continued to prevail. And in addition to household emissions, many parts of India have seen open biomass, and mainly because of these 2 regional sources, we failed to actually, sustain the improvement in the air quality throughout the lockdown period. And I think this is very, very important lessons for India. Now we have started another major project in India where we are focusing on this Indo-Gangetic Plain at the sort of so-called, pollution hotspots. You can see that why our regional approach is important. So for example, if we take this state, this is the largest state in India, Uttar Pradesh. So the average annual PM 2.5 concentration is around 65 microgram per meter cube, out of which around 30 microgram per meter cube, roughly 50% is contributed from the emissions within the state, and rest 50% is coming from outside the state. And do some breakdown like how much is coming from the neighboring state versus other states, and even from the boundary of India. So what I'm trying, and again, if you can look into primary and secondary PM 2.5, you can see that more than 50% is actually secondary PM2.5. And that is why it is very, very important to have a regional approach to, talk about the air pollution mitigations in India. We have been doing several outreach activities. For example, we have developed some sort of training module for the municipal staff, because they are the people who are actually handling several things, like waste. They are responsible for ensuring that there is no open, waste burning, cleaning of the road dust and all these things. But they do not really understand the air pollution and more complex, chemistry. And also, we have developed a very simple toolkit for them so that they can understand things and then, do their job sincerely. Several capacity building initiatives have been undertaken at state level, because all the actions are actually happening at the state level, not at central level, where they are being trained how to interpret the data, how to do certain implementation thing, and finally from the data, how you can do the policy. So we are basically focusing on, providing evidence-based decision-making system. And then we have undertaken a massive mass awareness campaign with, air quality forecasting, for example, for Delhi region. And then, we have been publishing such kind of newsletter every month. You can visit to our website and get detailed information, and then you can also providing this kind of forecast to the people. So I just want to summarize that in India, we have already started expanding the ground-based monitoring network. Now our focus is to cover the rural and background locations, identify the major air threats. I did not discuss much, but now the focus has also been laid upon looking beyond just measuring PM mass. What we realize is that PM2.5 or PM10 composition is very, very important, especially for the health impact studies. And unless we start measuring them, we cannot really use them for air quality management. There is a massive initiative to enhance capacity to handle state-of-the-art instruments, analyze large data from the satellite, and also develop modeling skills. And as I mentioned, there are various awareness programs at various levels. So this is just in a nutshell, a kind of a summary of the activities which are going on in India in the last 1 year. I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Presentation, and the final speaker of today is Director General Batman from Ministry of Environment and Tourism, Mongolia, and is a branch manager of Indian He'll be discussing about activities and the role for UN Clean Air Day in Mongolia.
Okay, hello. Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you,
Yes.
everyone. Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm not Director General. I'm the expert working at the Ministry of Environment and Nature. So, can you hear me? Okay? It's okay. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about the activities and all for the boat at in Mongolia. Then what? Oh. So I will give some very brief introduction. Then I will show some previous activities for the boat at and what we did this year. So I will show the finally activities. So Mongolia is the landlocked country, very harsh climate, and hot and dry summer and cold and dry winter. We have the three primary sources for the energy, such as like traditional, it is like the biomass. The conventional, we usually use the coal for energy, and alternative energy is like mostly renewable energy. Ulaanbaatar is the capital of Mongolia, the coldest capital, and one of the very polluted city in the world, because it is the located valley of the Tool River and surrounded by the high mountains. And it is usually, especially in the winter season, like temperature inversion frequently occurred. In Ulaanbaatar, mostly 1.4 million people are living, and most of them are about 60% are living in the Gir area. You can see that this figure, and where like raw coal was used for space heating and cooking. Last 2018, Mongolian government had the very strict decision, made the very strict decision. What is the like banning use of the raw coal beginning from May 15, 2019. So we made the like upgraded coal. So we had to use that upgraded coal in Ulaanbaatar. So we had many problems to use the upgraded coal. Some people doesn't want to use, and some people like to use the raw coal. So, but we are lucky that the air pollution is decreased by the almost 40% compared to the previous year. So this using the upgraded coal will be continue not only in Ulaanbaatar but also is like whole country in 2 years. So I will show some previous activities like Clean Air Day. We usually say like Clean Air Day. So especially last almost 4 years, we usually celebrate the like World Air Day especially in the fall season, because we are preparing for the winter season. So usually we have some activities, events in the spring and October. So you can see from the display each year like September, October, September something. Also you can see here we have the event in the central square to join most of the people there. But this time, okay, next. So also we have the car-free day. So it means that like for one day, we have the car-free zone assigned by the city mayor. And we have many activities during the time, like exercise, biking, mass exercise, biking, running, etc. So we have some air quality measurements during the time. So you can see from the display, especially NO2 is sometimes it's up to like 20 times lower during the car-free day than compared to the normal day. This time, officially we celebrate the World Air Day in September 7 and on September 7 and 8. So this time, because of the COVID-19, we celebrate inside the indoor, not outdoor. Like each district, we open to some events. So then it is the very strict under these events. Everything is under very strict guideline. It is everyone has to wear the mask and clean hand, etc. During the events, mostly 50 companies introduced their products, including like eco-friendly heating system and insulation materials to the people. Yeah. Very recently, we had the Green Technology 2020 event. So The purpose of this event was promoting eco-friendly technologies, advanced solutions and products, and introducing scientific achievements in business. Green technology on efficiency energy use, insulation materials for gear and houses, renewable energy, water recycling and reuse, eco-sanitary facilities, waste recycling technologies, and energy saving was introduced to the entrepreneur, investors, and public at the event. And also one more thing is, this event can provide the citizens with the information green loan. We have the green loan. It is the Ministry of the Government, Ministry of the Nature, Environment and the Nature, jointly released by the Has Bank, Ham Bank, and the State Bank, alongside the connecting to the stakeholders to develop cooperation and partnership. Also, we are now, these days, we are doing some national-wide essay contents for the high school students to protect, how to protect ourselves from the air pollution. So we are doing these activities during the World Air Day, and this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for your attention. And I did very fast presentation. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Bachman. Yeah, now we'll be finishing our session 2. And actually, last year the UN World Air Day was established, and we are now celebrating the first UN World Air Day. But in terms of our GACA, this is the 11th World Clean Air Forum. So the president of GACA will be coming and give you closing remarks and comments. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Before I close this session, and I would like to thank all of you, especially from Japan, Professor Yosaka, and from China, Professor Chen Bin, and Professor Day from India, and Dr. Batun from Mongolia, and I got an impression that each of your countries have been working very hard, and especially I wish you contribute for future work for World Air Day and the newly established International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies. And GACA will contribute from next year in some way. For example, we are concerned to given some clean stove or air cleaners for low economic status in the families in India or Mongolia or China, and so we are talking and discussing with this matter with each director of these countries. And let me have your advice and comments on our proposal. So in the next year, we look forward to face-to-face meeting and someday, and every year, maybe in the next year in October or September, and we're having the 12th World Air Day and World Air Forum like this. And especially, I would like to thank Professor Lydia Muraska from Australia, and also Professor Tanabe from Japan, and also Professor Kim Ho and from Seoul, Korea, and also Professor Yugo Lee from Hong Kong. And because of the COVID-19 instance, and we have some trouble in everything in general life. So instantly, this forum was held in a small seminar room today, but fortunately we are closed and safely and successfully. And before I close, I would like to thank all of you and the participants for this forum. Thank you very much. Okay, see you next year.
Thank you.